Good afternoon and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We are live covering the entire severe weather possible outbreak type event. It's not really going to be much of an outbreak, but widespread severe weather is coming this evening. We already have some stronger storms underway. We're looking at a total of like 9 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map already. Right now, what we're looking at is out here in Wisconsin, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place for some stronger winds that are rolling through the Green Bay area. You're going to see some of these winds near Denmark and Cooperstown at 1,000 feet, getting upwards of 60 miles per hour around sustained. So these are definitely some stronger winds rolling through. This is headed off eventually over Lake Michigan here. So a stronger storm rolling through Green Bay. We're also going to be looking at this cluster of storms out here in northern Iowa, and especially any other storms that can fire off in that vicinity, as I always manage to forget to launch my pen tool here. Any storms that can launch themselves in this pretty favorable environment that is located out in northern Iowa. That is going to be our #1 area of concern for potential tornadic development. So we're going to be taking you through the entire evening, everything that you need to know, making sure that you stay safe and stay weather aware. So tap in with us. We have a handful of flash flood warnings on the map. In fact, 10 of them. 2 of them are right over here in the very southernmost portion of Minnesota, where we're looking at Freeborn and Mower counties. We also have a couple out in West Virginia, where we're looking at Summers and Pocahontas counties. That's going to be these 2 up here. We have another one out here in Kentucky for Callaway County. We also have Pike County in Kentucky, south of Paducah, near Mayfield. And then let's see, in Wisconsin for Brown County, that is like the Green Bay area, essentially. We have another flash flood warning in place. Out in Nevada, we have one in place as well for Elko County in northeastern Nevada. And then in Louisiana for East Baton Rouge, we have another flash flood warning in place. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in place and a bunch of outflow boundaries that are set up all over the place out here in Louisiana. So all sorts of stronger winds blowing through with these outflow boundaries associated with some of the storms that we have had. I see a lot of folks in the chat, a lot of familiar faces: Weather Wisdom, Braden, Artemis, Marcus, Legacy Adventures. We got Finn in the chat. All sorts of familiar faces out there. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Jessica out there as well. Yeah, stronger storm down here just northwest of Baton Rouge, where we could be seeing some gusty winds and some small hail. Nothing insane with that. Our main storms for the evening are going to be out in towards the Midwest. Of course, right now, our strongest storm in the general Green Bay area, where areas like Appleton, Oshkosh, generally the whole Green Bay area, all the way towards Lake Michigan, are getting slammed with some very strong winds. You're going to see some of these bright reds getting into the mix here. Those are going to be your strongest winds, where we're looking at gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So not a hail producer here, but a very strong storm that could easily be producing and is producing strong winds here, as I believe some of this was observed a little while ago. Back into Iowa, we are looking out for all of these storms to continue to fire off and develop through northern Iowa. We are going to have Storm Chaser Allen in the field this evening out in northern Iowa. He's going to be staying with these storms and giving us a live feed that you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen once he does go live. So we'll be staying with him as well. Out in South Dakota, we have another severe thunderstorm warning in place, not far from Rapid City, just southwest of, where we've got 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts going on for Rockerville, Keystone, Colonel Pine Hills, Hill City, or Colonial Pine Hills, excuse me. In North Carolina, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place and a couple of boundaries set up here as well in the general Raleigh vicinity. Just southwest of Raleigh for areas like Holly Springs, Haywood, and Broadway, we are looking at another stronger storm that could be producing some gusty winds and small hail. Near Greenville, similar story, another storm that could be producing gusty winds. This one might be tornado possible tagged. I was going to say, it's got that morphology to it. And down here, they love to tag these storms tornado possible. So out near Greenville, definitely a tornado possible storm, as it is interacting with some sort of a boundary right near Greenville here. So we could definitely see some locally increased spin with this storm that could allow a little bit of rotation to get going. There is already a very small bit of rotation, although we aren't getting a whole lot of targets from the radar being picked up here. So it's a little difficult to look at, but we are looking at above 3,000 feet. Off the coast near Newport, though, we also do have some stronger storms out over the water, just bringing some gusty winds. And that about sums up everything going on around the map outside of this storm out here near Cheyenne, which has been on and off considerable severe thunderstorm warned for a little while, has been having a nicely sheared hail core. You can see that thing really tilting with height. That is what you want to see if you want hail. Of course, you really never want hail unless you're Matthew Capucci. But in general, we are looking at a stronger storm here that definitely is producing some hail. This is not anything unusual for this time of year in this region, where this storm is definitely producing some of that stronger hail. You are seeing all sorts of interference here with the radar. Those are your bright blues. That's just all interferences. We're looking at a hail spike coming off of this storm here, as this is quite the strong hail core that is leading to that hail spike. So it wouldn't shock me at all to see that get re-upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, given that the hail has uptrended again. Oh, there's a lot of areas where we need new radar sites for sure. Out in Wisconsin near Green Bay, we are still looking at the strongest storm of the evening so far anyway. So this is for Kewaunee, Manitowoc. Manitowoc does not sound right. Manitowoc, Brown, and in Brown counties out here. So we are just generally southeast of the Green Bay area. Legacy Adventures, I see ya. Yeah, I saw that. Whoa. Alan has, I think Alan is live, so we're going to go ahead and get his feed embedded here in just a second. I got to say, he's got the funniest thumbnail on this. Now, you guys aren't going to be able to see that, but this dude has the funniest thumbnail on here. I got to love it. Absolutely love it. So we're going to go ahead and get Alan in here in just a second. Alrighty. Let's put him in slot 1 and switch ourselves into chaser mode here. All right, there we go. So there's Alan's feed in the bottom left. Make sure to follow along with him as he's going to be chasing out in northern Iowa. So we will have his feed there. Does look like he's running into some internet issues, which is okay. That is expected to be a common theme, which is no big deal. Yeah, Legacy Adventures, I appreciate you, my friend. Again, we are looking at stronger storms rolling through the Green Bay area right now. Producing those 60 to maybe 70 mile per hour winds. I will say they have weakened a little bit, so it wouldn't shock me to see this get downgraded back to a normal severe thunderstorm warning. We still could see those wind gusts getting up to around 70 miles per hour. But in general, those winds have definitely downtrended a little bit. You'll see, I can pull a few more radar scans back, but what we'll see here is these much brighter colors are slowly fading away, and we're getting into those deeper reds, and those deeper reds are going to be more indicative of a less dramatic wind threat going on here. So still a very strong storm at the very least, rolling through just southeast of the Green Bay area. Yeah, Alan's feed is going to have some lag going on. We're just going to have to work with it the best that we can throughout the evening here. We got a lot to cover tonight. I do think there is definitely a very valid conditional tornado risk this evening. We talked about it in our forecast video this morning, which you can still go check out if you would like to. We are looking at the 2% tornado risk outlined here on the map for northern Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, into western Wisconsin as well. So that's going to be our primary area to watch for that tornado risk. And for me personally, I'm really just kind of looking at this northern Iowa region where I'm the most concerned for a couple possible tornadoes. Any storms that can get or can remain discrete out ahead of the line, those are going to be the most concerning ones. As we did have our previous considerable severe thunderstorm warning get lifted for the Green Bay area, just some stratiform rain out there now. And we're just looking at the considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place for areas like Tisch Mills and Two Creeks as in south of Kewanee as this storm makes its way off towards Lake Michigan. Derek, I see you in the chat. How you doing tonight? I know we get a pretty solid viewing that tends to come in from Wisconsin, so I definitely wanted to ensure that we went live since we had this stronger storm in the Green Bay area. We got Adrian in the chat as well. So all sorts of stuff going on this evening. A lot of storms already in place here, and we will see more of them are beginning to fire off in western Iowa here. Any of these that can take on that supercellular shape, like such as this one near Moville or Correctionville, that's definitely one that could take on that shape. Any cells that can become supercellular and stay just ahead of the line are going to pose that greatest risk for a tornado threat here. Ben, I really appreciate that. I see 1 month viewer, first time fan. Hydrate. Ben, I really appreciate the super chat. I don't know exactly how these work. This is brand new to us here. So I'm really grateful. This is something that anyone can do to support what we're doing. Not at all required or necessary, but really awesome. I really appreciate that, Ben. That is cool that you get to be the first ever super chat. And their Cruz just did one as well. Cruz, I appreciate that. I appreciate you, my friend. I do really appreciate all the support, guys. It does mean a lot. We are going to stay with all of our storms here this evening and bring you through all the severe weather coverage that you may or may not need. If you're just watching for entertainment, that's cool, but obviously we love to have you. But our number one goal is trying to save lives in the best way that we can. We're just trying to get good weather information out to those who may need it, those who may be in the path of damaging severe weather. As we did get our considerable severe thunderstorm warning downgraded out here, which is what I was just alluding to a moment ago for Two Creeks, Tisch Mills, and south of Kewanee, as that storm has weakened below considerable severe thunderstorm thresholds, and we're now looking at just up to 60 mile per hour winds with it, no longer up to 70 mile per hour winds. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm in Montana. This one's going to be for Broadwater and Gallatin counties. Up here near Three Forks, Trident, and Eustis. This one's tagged for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind. Dylan Moon Music with the $1 super chat. I really appreciate you. Really, really appreciate it, guys. That's really kind of everybody. I don't know exactly how you put a message in it. Cruz or Ben, who just sent super chats, could maybe help you with that. But this is all new to me, so. Apparently, I can super chat myself. Why does it even give me the option to do that? What? You have to do at least $2 to do a super chat. I see. Interesting. Yeah, all this is new to me, so I don't know how any of this works. Out in Virginia and West Virginia, just barely, we are seeing a new severe thunderstorm warning in place where this one's got a little bit of inflow on it. It doesn't look like it's going to become tornadic, but it definitely does have some inflow and some broad rotation going on. So this is tagged for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We did have that severe thunderstorm warning out in North Carolina that was tornado possible tagged near Greenville, and still looks like it could be. Although I will say it doesn't particularly look dangerous to me in terms of producing a tornado, but it is tornado possible tagged, which you'll see at the bottom left and top left-hand corners of your screen. It'll say tornado possible there. So that is in reference to this Greenville storm out here for Greenville, North Carolina, excuse me. We're also looking at out near Raleigh, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. One just southwest of Smithfield for Benson, the other one near Holly Springs, where we do have some stronger storms producing some gusty winds. Maybe some small hail with those as well. Out in Iowa, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream here of our cell near Adams. So this one is looking solid. As my mom has just dropped a $20 super chat, so I really appreciate that, Mom. Again, we are looking at a little bit of rotation developing to the southwest of Adams, literally right at the border of Iowa and Minnesota here. So this one is not tornado possible tagged, but it is something to watch. All sorts of somethings to watch here, I will say that. I do have more good news, is that tomorrow, for tomorrow night's broadcast, we will have storm chaser Mikey Plemons, or Nader Mike, as you may know him, out in the field in Michigan and Indiana or Ohio, wherever he needs to be out there tomorrow. So that's exciting to see, as we are looking at a little bit of an MCV day going on tomorrow. We did get a large 2% tornado risk that was put in place right around me tomorrow as well. So right around me in St. Louis, Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana. And then we're also looking at the possibility out in Southern Michigan and like the Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, tri-state region. We could definitely see some stronger storms up there as well. For a little context on what I'm talking about, here's our website where you can view this for yourself. Out in the general St. Louis area, we're looking at that 2% risk that has been put in place for really all of central Missouri, southern Illinois, and even clipping parts of Kentucky and Indiana as well, all the way down from Cape Girardeau through St. Louis. So a stronger, a large 2% region put in place. I am expecting these probabilities to grow a little bit and possibly expand a little bit eastward tomorrow, something like this. We could see included in the probabilistic outlook tomorrow. We won't have a forecast video coming out tomorrow morning, but we will be broadcasting tomorrow afternoon. Kaysen with the $1 super chat. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate all the super chats, guys. It does mean a lot. Triple slight risks for tomorrow. Yes, that is correct. I don't know exactly how to incorporate it where like at some threshold, like messages get read aloud on the broadcast or something like that, for example. I don't really know. Out near Adams, I will say we do have a little bit of tighter rotation going on. It wouldn't shock me to see a tornado warning with this. It's probably not very likely that this would produce a tornado, but it wouldn't shock me to see a tornado warning get put in place here. Now, I don't know where exactly Alan is, but he is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, so we can follow along with him there. We'll check in on what's going on out near Green Bay, as we are still looking at to the southeast near Kewanee and Tish Mills and Two Creeks. This stronger storm producing some gusty winds. Again, you'll see that if I pull back a few frames here, you're going to notice that these winds are dramatically downtrending here over the last like 15 minutes or so. So they were pretty strong here just south east of Green Bay, where things went from general severe thunderstorm warning to considerably severe thunderstorm warned here. And then we had that little flowing of mass, things dispersed a little bit, and now these winds have dramatically downtrended. So probably not even necessary to have a severe thunderstorm warning in place here. It'll probably get lifted within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so as that storm moves off over the lake. And back into Iowa, we are looking at some possible rotation near Adams. We are continuing to keep a close eye on. We haven't had an update. And there we go. We just had a tornado warning put in place on it. So we are looking at a tornado warning in place near Adams and Tiope. We haven't had the latest velocity scan update yet. We're going to be having that in just a second here, it looks like. There it is. So definitely still some rotation going on near Adams. So this is our first tornado warning of the night, and it is near where Storm Chaser Allen is headed. So I don't know exactly where he's at right now, but he may end up with a view on this storm not long from now. Yeah, this is a tornado warning in place. So if you're out here in Mitchell or Mower counties through Iowa and Minnesota, straddling the border here, definitely make sure that you are in a safe place. The interiormost room of a sturdy structure. Get in the bathtub, put a mattress over yourself, whatever you got to do. So again, this is a tornado warning in place out here. You can see our overlay is just updated there. So in the top of your screen, you'll now see that warning being issued, Mitchell and Mower counties out here through Minnesota and Iowa. And again, Storm Chaser Allen is out there. He's not on these storms, I don't believe, but he is out chasing right now in Iowa, headed north. So you're looking at his feed in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And we are still seeing that couplet going on here just south of Adams. So if we did have a tornado, it would, and this is around 7,000 feet. So we are a little bit elevated here. Anything for Madison, Wisconsin? At this exact moment, no. Possibly later this evening. It would be more of a wind threat headed your way near Madison. It looks like we did just get a new scan on our velocities here, and it's still kicking. So there's definitely some rotation going on at the mid levels near Adams here, just south of Adams. This is a little bit of a bizarre setup here. It looks like maybe we've got a bounded weak echo region, but it's a little bit, it's not a very stereotypical looking supercell type of event, so it's hard to get a perfect look at it on our cross section. Any of these storms, by the way, the environment's decently favorable. Any of them that can remain discreet and ahead of the line are going to pose that risk for a couple tornadoes. We've been watching this since yesterday morning. for this evening setup in northern Iowa, especially here. And that threat is not going to go away. Not for a couple hours. And again, this is a tornado warning in place for Mitchell and Mower counties through Iowa and Minnesota. We're just right on the border here. Areas like Adams, Taupe, McIntyre, even towards Leroy. All eventually impacted by this tornado warned tornado warned cell, whether or not we get an actual tornado or not. Back towards Green Bay, that storm that was bringing those 60-mile-per-hour winds and 70-mile-per-hour winds a little while ago is now moving off over the lakes. This severe thunderstorm warning will probably be canceled pretty soon. Not really any type of a severe thunderstorm threat anywhere really in Wisconsin at this moment. So it appears to me. Definitely a flash flooding threat, though. Lots of rain still coming down all over the place in these areas. But again, our number one focus right now is going to be on the tornado warned cell just west of Leroy, right along the border of Minnesota and Iowa. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning just a few minutes ago, it looks like, on this storm down here. Actually, that was like 11 minutes ago. I just must have missed that one. Down near Correctionville, as this one does have some rotation going on. Definitely has a little rotation at around 7,000 feet. It's nothing impressive, but it is there. And again, all of these storms are going to pose that threat to get a little bit of rotation going and try to produce a tornado, just like our one just south of Adams is doing right this moment. Our rotation near Adams is a little bit broad. It was tighter not long ago. This frame especially, it looked pretty solid right when we got the tornado warning. I will say the velocities are still decently strong, but it is a little bit broad. So nothing insane going on here. I'm not staring at this like this is putting down a tornado right now or anything like that, but definitely has the potential to. It only takes 1 or 2 scans for us to go from 0 to 100 with these things, so. The spin in the atmosphere is most certainly there. Really, the only thing that is missing is speed shear with height. The storm is also tagged for 1-inch hail. It wouldn't shock me to see a little bit of small hail out near Adams right now, as we do have a little bit of a taller cell with that updraft just pulling up that moist air. You can see these echo tops reaching up into the 50,000 range. Those are your orange pixels there. So still a pretty powerful storm nonetheless, tornado or not. It looks like we just got a new velocity scan where things maybe are trying to get organized here. So this is definitely a concern. I do have a cool photo to show really quickly from actually down in Alabama. This is from Timothy Kern, one of our affiliate storm chasers with Adrian Roncahan. So a nice little structure going on there. A little bit of an elevated cell, but you can see a small shelf cloud trying to form right through here. And you can see that rain shaft as well on the right-hand side of your screen. A little bit of aquamarine coming through here that might indicate some small hail being suspended aloft, but nothing crazy going on there. Definitely a cool photo, though. Yeah. And it really does look like this storm is trying to organize just south of Adams right now. So definitely one we're going to continue to pay close attention to, at the very least for the next like 10 minutes or so. and we'll see what happens with it as it continues to develop here. See Michelle in the chat. How you doing tonight? Tall Paul out there as well. And again, things are a little bit more broad out here right now. So I don't think a tornado is exactly imminent, but it does look like it's trying to get organized. So we are definitely going to see the potential for things to ramp up pretty quickly here. And again, we're just going to continue to stay right with this. Whoa. Turned myself orange for a second there. I see Lisa and Torcast in the chat, Sean Hammond as well. Yes, I do agree that the structure on reflectivity looks decent. It's definitely trying to get organized and establish that nice, clean laminar inflow. And as we look at our METAR here, one thing that you will notice is that our dew points, if I can get it to load, are very, very high out here. We're up in the 70s. As you can see, just south of this storm, we have perfect southerly winds at 15 knots and an 84 over 73. So not a very significant dew point depression, indicating a somewhat low LCL, and also just high dew points in general, indicating a lot of moisture. So a lot going on here right now. Almost a little bit earlier than we had initially expected, as things do look to be trying to get organized here just near Adams. Alan says he is on his way towards his tornado warning cell right now. Now, again, I don't know exactly where he is. Do I see a possible tornado warning in Algona? I don't remember where Algona is at. I'm guessing that's the one out here, maybe near Correctionville. No? Where is Algona? I don't know exactly where it is. I can find it. Just give me a moment here. Oh. In Algona, not right now. It's definitely possible. I would say it's pretty unlikely. Most likely, any tornado warning cells are going to be off to your east a little bit throughout this region here. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Sounds good. I appreciate that. That was Adrian in my ear. I know you guys can't hear him, of course, but he was just giving me a little update on the environment, as we did just actually get a considerable severe thunder, or a considerable flash flood warning upgrade here. This one is going to be out here in Mower County, Minnesota. So this one, just a lot of rain has been falling in this area, and this makes sense. So definitely a concerning one here with flash flooding. We do have another considerable one for Custer and Pueblo counties out here in Colorado as well. I can touch on really quickly, where a lot of rainfall has happened. Of course, this isn't far from where we've had a lot of fire weather to the southwest of there, so it is definitely good to see a lot of moisture being added to that area. It does look like conditions might be slightly more favorable than I had initially forecast anyway, from what Adrian is telling me, out in the northwestern area of Iowa. Now, I will say, with the way storms are beginning to initiate here, it's most likely that any supercellular development will still probably stay east of areas like Storm Lake and Algona. But we could see these supercells fire like right in those regions. And as they move off to the east, they're going to be their storm motion is going to be a little bit more perpendicular to our forcing mechanism, essentially meaning they'll be able to stay discrete a little bit longer and be able to take in that nice clean laminar flow, from the southeast, and try and use all of the resources at their disposal. There's a slightly better shear environment that direction as well, I believe, if things are verifying as they were forecast this morning anyway. But the shear environment in general is kind of the issue for this evening. It's the main limiting factor. We did just get confirmation that Alan right now is near Waterloo. So he is near Waterloo and headed north. I think I actually can search for cities, maybe, in here. Honestly, I have no idea. I know I can, like, search radar sites. I'm pretty sure I can save, like, cities, though, like, to favorites and stuff. Anyway. We still have this rotation in place near Adams where things are trying to get organized. It is looking like that inflow is being kind of cut off a little bit. So if we were going to get anything, it's probably going to have to recycle to the border of the two states just north of McIntyre here, right at the Iowa-Minnesota state line. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in North Carolina for Beaufort, Craven, and Pamlico counties. So this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and golf ball-sized hail with this storm. As we do have a little bit of an outflow boundary that has set up here, producing some strong winds, moving to the southeast. As we go up in the tilt angles, you're going to see a lot of those magentas still in there. So definitely a pretty tall and powerful storm. Here's your echo tops showing getting well above 50,000 feet. So a pretty explosive area of cumulus going on here near New Bern and west of Bayboro. Actually, numerous areas with really towering cumulus going on out here in North Carolina. We got Ben's Basketball Life in the chat saying, where that flash flood in Colorado, there's a fire to the northwest, and that fire just got rain. But I'm looking at a camera on the fire, and there's still a lot of smoke. The one nice thing is that a lot of times with these wildfires, when you dump water on it, there tends to be a lot of smoke when the flames are extinguished sometimes, because that wet bark and wet debris tends to smoke. I'm in Lime Springs and it looks wild. Is a chat coming in from American Step Gear? American Step Gear? I don't know where exactly Lime Springs. Oh, there's Lime Springs right in front of my face. Yeah, if you're looking west from Lime Springs, you're looking at a pretty strong storm here. I don't think the tornado threat is really imminent here. It has 4 minutes remaining on it, and I don't know if they're going to continue this tornado warning. Honestly, I don't think they will. There is still possibly some rotation on the backside just south of Adams. But this storm is going to have to recycle if it wants to become tornadic. We do have a possible hail core that is developing pretty quickly here near Leroy, though, as this cell is starting to become a little bit stronger in terms of its updraft. You will see this weak echo region here where you have these magenta targets suspended in the air above nothingness. So this area where you don't have those magenta targets, in the area above it where you do. That is your weak echo region there. So that's indicative of a strong updraft. And in general, these magenta targets are 60 dBz or higher, getting close to 30,000 feet. So definitely could be producing some decent sized hail. That could produce some damage, maybe up to ping pong ball sized hail. The severe thunderstorm warning is only tagged for inch hail. Now, it does look like we might see some rotation reestablished near Stacyville. So this is something I'm going to watch pretty closely, as this one looks like it wants to take on that kidney bean shape and establish good clean inflow. It's a semi-discrete cell that's trying to remain ahead of our original tornado warned cell that's back near Adams and Leroy. So that's going to be one to watch. There's some contaminated radar data coming in there right now, so it's difficult to tell exactly what any rotation might look like with this storm. But if we're going to have new rotation develop, it would not shock me at all for it to be near Stacyville and headed off towards the southeast, towards areas like Riceville or Saratoga. Ben's basketball life saying, well, now it looks like the rain has passed and there's black smoke. So I think there might be fire. So not good. That is definitely not good. Yeah. In Lime Springs, you're going to be in a clearing here for a moment, but you got another stronger storm headed your way. Logan, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by simulcasting, as we are going to get an update here on our velocities near Stacyville in just a minute. I want to point out again on METAR, you're seeing these winds coming out of the south at like 10 to 15 knots or so. So we're looking on the order of around, like 15 miles per hour, give or take a few. And you have plenty of moisture. So you have good, strong flow coming right into your inflow of this storm potentially. Not perfectly laminar, but you're decently streamwise there. And Adrian's letting me know that we do have a little bit of a vorticity maxima that's sitting just to the southwest of this cell as well. So even though it lacks some of that mid-level speed shear, we could still see this one get going. So this is definitely the most concerning one on the map for me right now. I know we have a tornado warning that's expiring in just a minute here for the original cell that has now kind of been engulfed into the line near Adams. But this new one near Stacyville is definitely the most concerning at the moment. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place for the cell down near Correctionville, as it looks like that possible rotation has really weakened in that area. Out in Nebraska, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place near Spalding, where it does look like we have a little bit of rotation at the mid-levels, around 10,000 feet. So that's definitely something to pay attention to as well. Not as much of a tornado risk really there, though. Yeah, Logan, I would appreciate if our broadcast was not retransmitted. We are copyrighted. We do retain the rights to our broadcast. Texas Indoor Baseball saying, I'm trying to cover for Cruz and I'm bored. I'm so bored. Well, boredom is a good thing. It means that people aren't getting hurt. We do have that tornado warning just expired on us. So we are now without a tornado warning, which is fantastic news. But again, the cell near Stacyville is definitely the most concerning for me right this minute. And again, back into North Carolina, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning still in place for that golf ball sized hail and some stronger winds associated with this outflow boundary from this storm as it blows to the south and southeast. 70-mile-per-hour wind and golf ball sized hail. All right, it does look like we are trying to get reorganized here to the west of Ida Grove. So that's definitely something we want to watch. Now you will see that original updraft is still north of Anthon. But as we get new inflow established into this cell, we could definitely see a new updraft become fully dominant. And that would be concerning for a possible tornadic development. We do have a weak broad mesocyclone going on here just southwest of Holstein as well. We do have a lot of contaminated radar data coming back to the radar unit with this cell, so it is difficult to get a perfectly good view on exactly what's going on here. But it's definitely taken on that morphology where some rotation is expected regardless of how strong it is. Whether or not it's capable of producing a tornado is very difficult to tell. Out in Green Bay, by the way, that storm that was formerly considerable severe thunderstorm warned and then eventually just generally severe thunderstorm warned is no longer warned at all, which is good news. In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you are still going to be seeing Alan Geiger with Midwest weather. As he is headed out of Waterloo north towards these storms right now. He's going to get us some good pictures on these today. Cole Giametta. Oh my goodness. CG3. How about that, man? It's good to see you in the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well out there in Texas. I really do hope everything is going well for you, bro. We got to catch up sometime soon. Awesome to see you in the chat, and I really appreciate the kind words. Cole and I go way, way back to when we were young kids playing video games together all the time. Again, this cell near McIntyre, excuse me, just south of the Minnesota border, definitely is looking concerning if it can get itself going. Again, there's a lot of conditions. We're not looking at any type of imminent tornado threat or anything going on right this second. A lot of conditional stuff going on here. Oh, I got it. Appreciate it, Ben. Good reminder. A funnel cloud was reported near Raleigh. Intriguing. Let's take a look at that. We do have a couple of stronger storms out there. It would surprise me, to be honest with you, to see any of these storms become tornadic. Yeah, we did have a report of a funnel cloud like 12 minutes ago. So that's definitely interesting. Again, it would surprise me to see any of these storms out here become tornadic. But you definitely can never rule it out. These are stronger storms out here right now in central North Carolina. We can go from a different radar site and look at these echo tops. Getting up into these dark browns here, right, getting on the cusp of 60,000 feet. So some very, very strong updrafts, producing some strong storms there. Checking in on our storm out here in Wyoming. Just for Sheridan County, we do have a little bit of a hail producer going on. So we can see this hail core here. Cruz, I appreciate the raid. I see you out there. As this hail core is stretching to almost 30,000 feet. A stronger storm here. Is there going to be a tornado in the Twin Cities? Most likely not. No. Definitely keep your guard up, though. Out near the the South Dakota border, the South Dakota-Wyoming border. Goodness, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. And then back towards Cheyenne and the Nebraska Panhandle, we are seeing a couple of stronger storms there as well. This one could definitely be producing some smaller hail, up to 1 inch and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Up here near Hawk Springs, we're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail as well. But down here near Fort Morgan, this one could be producing some slightly larger hail, potentially reaching up to ping pong ball sized hail. It is tagged for $half sized hail right now. So a slightly stronger hail core here, nothing crazy. It would need time to bubble up more if it was going to be one that was going to produce some larger hail. All right, back into Iowa. We are seeing some reorganization ongoing here, or attempting to happen anyway, near Ida Grove. So something to watch. I see a question about Austin, Minnesota. You're kind of good for right now. You're just looking at some stronger storms in your area, probably a lot of lightning. I can turn on lightning here for a second. You can see it. Still a decent amount of lightning going on in your area. Southeast of you is my main concern, but you should mostly be good in Austin, Minnesota for the majority of the rest of the evening. Just some stronger storms, probably not really much of a tornado risk. We did get another flash flood warning put in place here, a much larger one, just a couple minutes ago. So this one is up here in Iowa and Minnesota for Howard, Mitchell, Fillmore, and Mower counties. We're also still seeing in Minnesota, Freeborn County and Mower County within separate flash flood warnings, one of those being a considerable flash flood warning for areas like Austin, Rose Creek, Elkton, and Adams. Caleb, I see you in the chat. Good to see you. As it looks like we are desperately trying to get reorganization of this storm near McIntyre, but I don't know if it's going to actually be able to do it successfully, which is good. Whoops. Not mean to do that. Alrighty. I don't know what just happened there, but like everything just like on my computer just, I don't know, didn't want to work for a second. Anyway, still looking at possible rotation near McIntyre. Again, I'm not super confident this storm's going to be able to reorganize, but it is most certainly trying to. American Step Gear saying, am I going to get another spinning vortex over my house? Had one like a week ago. I don't know where you live, but Elizabeth in the chat saying, how is Blooming Prairie? Good question. I don't know where that is. Oh, there it is. Blooming Prairie, you should be good. You might have some storms roll through your area still this evening, but you should be generally okay. At least right this second, you're pretty much okay. Couple storms off to your west that could make their way over to you, though. Caleb says, I'm good. I went magnet fishing yesterday. That's awesome. Very cool. Very unique hobby. We do have the world's smallest severe thunderstorm warning polygon for Correctionville and Cushing in place for another 3 minutes. That one's going to expire soon. As we do have still some broad rotation with the mesocyclone near Holstein. You live in Lime Springs. Okay, well, up in Lime Springs, again, we're still looking at a stronger cell just to your west that is trying to get itself reorganized. But again, I don't really think it's going to be able to do that successfully. Most likely, if this storm does become tornadic, it's probably going to end up being south of you if you're in Lime Springs, like just south towards like Saratoga, as I would expect this to kind of take this type of path. Okay, we are going to lose Alan's stream for a moment. We'll have him back in just a few minutes. He's got to reboot his broadcast to tweak some settings. So he messaged me. It does look like we are getting organized, actually, near McIntyre. So definitely could see a tornado warning put on this one here in a minute or two. And again, this will probably go just to the south or southwest of Lime Springs, kind of like through this path. Areas like Saratoga, for example. But we are seeing a couplet in place here that has tightened up. You'll see these reds and greens just beginning to touch one another, getting really close together there. As this rotation is tightening up, we could definitely, if that uptrends on the next radar scan, we'll probably see a tornado warning on this. And it wouldn't shock me to see them preemptively put one, because earlier they definitely were a little bit aggressive with it, which is not a bad thing at all. You got a fishing hook, parts of cars. Oh, wow. And we did just get the latest reflectivity scan. We'll have the latest velocity scan here in just a couple seconds. Probably in about 10 seconds here. And when we get that, we'll be able to make a decision on whether or not I think this is going to be tornado warned. And it did weaken a little bit. So probably won't see a tornado warning on this right now. We still could. But it's definitely possible that they exercise some trigger discipline here. I'm more scared of flash floods and tornadoes. Man, flash floods are really, really dangerous and an underrated weather phenomena in terms of like how dangerous they are. They can be really dangerous. Leighton, I see you in the chat. How you doing? Fins up saying, I'm in Clarion, Iowa. A friend just joined your channel. How's North Central Iowa looking? Well, we're looking at it right now. This cell out here just south of Leroy, west of Lime Springs, near McIntyre, is the most concerning one. We also have a bunch of other storms beginning to fire off all throughout this region of northern and northwestern Iowa. These storms are going to continue off towards the east, and any of them could tap into that environment. Which will be decently favorable. And we are going to get Alan's feed back online here in just a minute. All right, let's put him back in slot 1 and go to this. Bang. All right, Alan is back. You can follow along with Alan in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So Alan is north of Waterloo now. I don't know exactly where he is, but he was in Waterloo a little while ago, headed north. So he's going to try and get a view probably on this storm that we've been watching near Leroy, McIntyre, Riceville, Saratoga, and Lime Springs as it tries to reorganize itself. He'll also be in position to intercept any storms that come out from the west that can stay ahead of the line, remain discreet, and push off towards the east. You are welcome, Fins Up. Stay safe out there. Adrian, I see this text you just sent me. Is that for, I'm assuming that's a tornado potential map, or what are you, is that a timing map? Adrian is giving us some artwork, some hand-drawn maps that he's texting me right now. Wonder if we could have a localized tornado outbreak tomorrow. I mean, in Illinois, it's possible given what we've seen in 2026. You can never rule it out in 2026 in the great state of Illinois. It's definitely less likely tomorrow than it has been on a lot of those other MCV days. But we will be covering it, and we will have multiple storm chasers tomorrow. We're going to have Norman out there chasing it, and we're also going to have up in the Michigan, Ohio, Indiana region, we'll also have Mikey. So that'll be exciting. As it does look like we've seen a little bit of inflow occlusion here, which could definitely lower our tornadic threat with this storm. And yeah, so that rotation has weakened a little bit again. But again, it could easily recycle back a little further southwest near Riceville. And we're almost seeing that try to happen here with these targets that you're seeing right near Riceville here. So again, just something to watch. It looks like this storm's gonna need another recycle before it's able to try and produce a tornado. And hopefully it will not do that. I've gotten 200 subs today. Have I really? I don't think that's true. Yeah, okay. No, I have not gotten 200 subs the last couple days. Or today. Excuse me, today. I've not gotten 200 subs already today. We have gotten a handful for sure. But that is not the number one goal, of course. Our number one goal is just to provide good weather information. I've been really grateful for the super chats that we have gotten today, as well as the new subscribers and the 70 likes that we already have on this broadcast. So those things are greatly, greatly appreciated, though. All right, back towards our world's smallest severe thunderstorm warning polygon that has been, of course, lifted. We are so looking at some stronger storms out here in northwestern Iowa. And again, any of these storms that kick off an outflow boundary that produces a discrete cell, and this one near Fort Dodge, by the way, intrigues me. Let's see what the Des Moines radar has to say about this. I mean, this one definitely intrigues me. It's discrete enough right now. It doesn't have really any type of rotation going on in there. It doesn't appear anyway. Actually, yeah, it does. Yeah, okay, so it does have a little bit of broad rotation near Palmer. So that one intrigues me for sure. Maybe subtle foreshadowing, as this one is definitely one to watch, just northwest of Fort Dodge. And it looks like down near Riceville, we are going to see another recycle of this main storm that we've been watching for a little while here. Looking like pickup probable within 10 minutes on my Domino's pizza radar. Yo, Josh, let me tell you the tech with the Domino's pizza. You get the pan pizza from Domino's, and then you do the Alfredo sauce. Stay with me. You do the Alfredo sauce with bacon and sausage. And if you really want to drop the extra couple dollars, you can put extra cheese on it too, and it's really good. I'm a big Domino's enjoyer when I'm down in Starkville. Andy saying I'm on the leading edge of this storm. Well, definitely stay safe out there. This is a pretty strong one. All right, yeah, down here near Riceville, we are 100% seeing this storm recycle. So we could definitely end up with a new tornado warning here if it uptrends on the next scan, especially because our inflow is becoming a little bit more southerly. So the more southerly it becomes, the more laminar it's going to become because our surface winds are coming literally out of the due south at 15 knots. So this is probably the most concerning that this cell has looked. And if it uptrends on the next scan, I would definitely expect a tornado warning here. On top of that, just west of Lime Springs and south of Leroy, we could also be seeing a little bit of hail going on with this guy. Yeah, definitely some small hail possible in there. Nothing crazy. It is tagged for ping pong ball sized hail. Andy saying there's 60-mile-per-hour gusts and a little hail. Okay. Yeah, northern Iowa does have a little bit of a radar hole. That is correct. American step gear. Yeah, definitely a much tighter couplet near Riceville. Just those velocities are not quite strong enough yet that RFD really needs to get going here. I should be fine. I haven't dropped any frames, I don't think. Or I dropped 0.1% of frames. I think we'll be good. We're steady for now, at least. Hopefully we don't run into more issues. Is it Adrian has sent me some incredible hand-drawn maps. Oh my goodness, this dude is a monster. I can't. They're on text on iMessage, so I can't show him. Otherwise, I would. Or I guess if he drops them in the Discord. Yeah, if you drop them in the Discord, I can show your art, your incredible art. Never had a flood advisory before until now. That's definitely that's definitely a thing. I mean, floods are really dangerous. Like, people do not appreciate the power of flowing and even standing water sometimes, man. I mean, it's really dangerous stuff. As we did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail on this one. It is not tornado possible tagged. Again, I am watching this very closely just west of Saratoga, or if it's going to continue to uptrend here, we could, in which it also is uptrending just a little bit. So it would not shock me to see a tornado warning get put in place here within the next 5 minutes or so. A Generac? What is that? Is there any tornado warnings that's going to be in Marshfield, Wisconsin? There's no way for me to say. I can't give you an answer that specific this far out. Generac is an emergency power generator, I'm being told. Okay. Well, the issue isn't my power. It's been the well, okay, power has been an issue too. To be fair, a couple of times. The main issue has been when the power flashes, the internet goes down and it has to reboot. So it doesn't necessarily matter if I keep power on my PC. I'm still going to lose the broadcast. As things are continuing to, I will say the latest scan looks like maybe a slight downtrend on our rotation near Saratoga, so that's good news. Back near Fort Dodge, this was the storm I was looking at a little bit ago that did have a little lower level rotation going on. I mean, a little mid-level rotation, excuse me. I said low-level rotation. It doesn't really look like that's really there anymore. So that's good. That one will probably just end up ingested into the line, as we do have an unzipping line going on out here in northwestern Iowa. And again, down here near between Saratoga and Riceville is by far my most significant concern for a possible tornado. I will say we do have a little bit of rotation that has re-intensified just east of McIntyre, south of Leroy here. So this is closer to the border of Iowa and Minnesota. Start the generator fund. How much would Tesla solar backup be for your location? I have no idea. A couple good UPS backup, battery backup would work for momentary outages for both your PC and modem/network. This is true, but again, I'm moving into my new apartment down in Starkville in less than a month, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to invest in those things right now. Once I'm in my new apartment, it'll be fully out of my control, which is really unfortunate. I'm completely bound to what happens if the complex loses power. I lose power and internet, and there's nothing I can do. I don't have my own router and modem there. We're not allowed to within our lease, unfortunately. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas for Grant and Saline counties. I'm just going to take a quick peek at. This is just southwest of Little Rock, as we definitely have a stronger storm out here, which does have a little bit of rotation going on at the mid-levels for sure. I don't know how elevated this storm is. Turn on METAR and try and take a look. See if I can get METAR METAR to load. My goodness. As we have METAR not loading. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we are really, really elevated dew points here. 76 and 79. But again, that's 90 degrees down in Arkansas. So we could definitely see this storm not be quite as elevated. I don't know exactly what our LCLs are looking like here just southwest of Little Rock, but that's definitely one to watch, as it's got a little mid-level rotation going on. Back in Iowa, though, is our main concern. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place for Monona County. That's this larger severe thunderstorm warning here near the border of Nebraska. And again, this whole line is likely to just become severe. We're going to be looking at a giant windbag event that is just going to plow on through Iowa. Okay, I see that. Yeah, we do have a lot of storms firing off here in central eastern Nebraska. As this is what, okay, so you're absolutely right, Adrian. So Adrian, we were tracking last night some weird mesoscale magic that it's one of those things where it happens or it doesn't, where we had a collision of a residual thermal boundary that was set up out there. We had a outflow boundary, a really strong outflow boundary, and then a warm front draped over it perpendicular. And all of that collision led to nothing. We're having a similar situation out here right now near Chapman, Grand Island, and St. Library. And right now we're getting storms off of it as a result. So definitely could see some of these storms have a little bit of rotation introduced to them. Something to watch. Definitely will be some stronger storms regardless of if they can get going with any type of tornado potential. I will say I don't know exactly what the shear environment is looking like in Nebraska. I know up here into Iowa, the shear has been kind of the issue. We haven't had that speed shear. We have the directional shear, just haven't really had that speed shear. Okay. Yeah. We will keep a close eye on that out there. I see Sam in the chat. How you doing, Sam? Kaysen out there as well. I see Kevin out there. I see good friend James Pettis in the chat as well. Fantastic storm chaser. Will the storms make it to Delaware County? Oh my gosh. Sam, put your wallet away. Sam, thank you for the super chat. Why are you super chatting me, bro? I'm just gonna pay it back to you, bro. I really appreciate it, Sam. It means a lot. Ashley asking, will the storms make it to Delaware County and Iowa, like Colesburg, Edgewood, Strawberry Point, and Osterdock? Strawberry Point is actually where Alan was at not long ago. He documented a tornado like a week or two ago out there. I got to remember exactly where Colesburg is. I think it's up here in northeastern Iowa. I think. Maybe I'm losing my marbles, but I thought it was up here in northeastern Iowa. There's Strawberry Point. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. Wait, if there's Strawberry Point, then where is Colesburg? Because I thought Colesburg was a larger town. Edgewood as well. Anyway, yes, you will probably get some storms out here. To answer your question, we're gonna probably see some storms out here rolling through. Again, we're gonna be seeing a little bit of a squall line that is gonna develop here throughout northern Iowa and continue to push to the southeast. And Pettis, I swear, bro, why are you guys? I appreciate the super chats. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you're not subscribed to Pettis, by the way, he's obviously a much larger creator than I am, so more likely that you're subscribed to him than you are to me. But if you're not, you need to be subscribed to him. Guy's absolutely incredible. Mm. Yeah. You talking about the Onawa one? Okay. Yeah, I see that. So that's definitely one to watch. Here in Onawa, we do have a little bit of rotation going on. It's not as high though if you go from the what is this? The it's basically the Omaha radar. I don't know exactly what town it's in, but it's not quite that elevated actually. We're seeing only like 3,800 feet is what I'm seeing. So yeah, this is definitely one to watch as well. It's got that rotation going on for sure. This one might be tornado possible tagged. One of them is on the map. I don't know which one. It might be the one down in Arkansas. Or one of the ones down in Arkansas. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in the south popping up all over the place. It's not the one in Arkansas. But yeah, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all throughout North Carolina as well. Just bunches of them out here. Any of these, probably this one near Trenton, just judging by the shape of it. That's tornado. Nope, it's not. They love to issue them out here in North Carolina, those tornado possible tags. Could be this one near Surf City. Nope. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Which one's tornado possible tagged? Could be this one up here. Okay. There's surely an easier way, yeah. I just don't feel like doing an easier way. I like to play around with it. One thing that's interesting out here near Bennett, this is some stronger wind gusts going on at only 700 feet in the air, just north of Strasburg. So this wouldn't surprise me to become a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is just east of the Denver metro. Out in Wyoming, we have a couple of stronger storms as well near the Montana border. Not terribly far from Devil's Tower. There is a storm over Devil's Tower right now. As Lorian's just tapped into the broadcast from the Ariana Grande concert. Tell her to give me a call. All right, our cell near Grand Island has now become severe thunderstorm warned with some of that mesoscale magic going on out there. It does look like it has maybe some rotation on the north end of it. That might be some contaminated data. I don't know exactly what our surface winds look like out there, but some stronger storms popping up all throughout eastern Nebraska. Things are getting really active here. So we're going to be jumping around a lot. So you got to bear with us. What's my opinion on pickled eggs? I don't know if I have an opinion on pickled eggs, to be honest with you. Our storm near Saratoga is still concerning to me. Definitely still concerning. Where is it? Adrian has found the tornado possible tag. It's the Colorado storm? Okay. Oh, it was this one that I was saying should be really? It is. Wow. This one doesn't really look like a major tornado threat to me. It looks it looks very, very outflow dominance, and looks like a giant windbag. And it should be considerable at this point. This should be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for sure, in my opinion. It's probably going to get upgraded here in just a minute. North of Byers and Strasburg, especially, where we've got some much stronger winds rolling through there. Christopher, I see you in the chat. How you doing tonight? Ariana Grande was definitely a celebrity crush when I was younger. All right. We're going to jump back on over to Iowa, again, where our primary concern for a tornadic risk is going to be. We're still watching the cell near Saratoga, as it is still doing its thing, just it would need to still continue to recycle, so. I see NATO Aaron talking about we're in a day 2 slight tomorrow. Yes, we are out here in St. Louis. We're also in a 2% tornado risk, a 15% wind risk. And I would not be surprised at all to see that 15% wind risk upgraded to a 30% wind risk. So kind of random, but my sister has an Ariana Grande and Demi Lovato towel. That is pretty random. Yeah. I would bet my life that St. Louis is in a tour tomorrow. All right, James. All right. You know what, dude? My luck, we will have a tornado hit my house when I'm trying to be live. When I'm not being able to go chase, when I want to be live, I'm gonna have a tornado hit my house. That's my luck. And then I won't be able to go live, nor will I be out chasing. I'll just be stuck in my basement. All the tornadoes have skipped us and went to Illinois instead this year. Yeah, very much so. which is a good thing, for the St. Louis area. Obviously, it's a very populated area. If we're going to get tornadoes, it's always absolutely best that they don't impact people, or they impact as few people as possible. I will say out here, right near the Nebraska and Iowa border, north of Omaha, still looking at a little bit of possible rotation between, or just east of Onawa, or Onawa. Christopher saying tomorrow will be bad for me. I don't know where you're at. It does look like things are trying to organize themselves again, maybe in two different places, one near Elma and one near Saratoga. Caleb, I appreciate that. Would you bet your life like the New York meteorologist who bet his whole career on an obvious AI tornado? That was unfortunate. That was really unfortunate, to say the least. He was like, I bet my career on it, or something like that. I was like, shh, that's tough. That is tough. How long have I been doing streams for? Actually, a month. Our first ever video was put out a month ago yesterday. You're up in Michigan. Yeah, we actually will have a storm chaser covering tomorrow in Michigan. So make sure that you tap into our broadcast for that. We will be covering all the severe weather tomorrow evening. Still trying to recycle out here near Saratoga. And that severe thunderstorm warning has been shrunken down just a little bit. Yeah, dude, I appreciate it. iCloaks. We got to 298 viewers earlier this week, I believe. Chris saying, I'm new here. Where are we at right now? I mean, tracking. We are looking into northern Iowa right this moment, but we've got storms all over the place. Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, even down in Arkansas and North Carolina. So again, out in central and eastern Nebraska, we are looking at some stronger storms beginning to pop up. One near Grand Island that probably has some gorgeous structure on it. And then just north of Central City as well, one near Red Cloud. All out here in Iowa. Down towards Colorado and Kansas, we are seeing a couple of storms straddle the border here. Definitely capable of producing some hail, maybe some gusty winds. Southwest of Pueblo, where we've seen a lot of wildfires lately, we are seeing those areas get a little bit of relief with some scattered showers, which is fantastic news out there. Hopefully those fires will help, or that'll help tame those fires down. And then just east of the Denver metro, we do have a pretty strong wind bag here that I'm really surprised didn't get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning a little bit ago. And it still does have some stronger winds in there as well. It is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And then up towards northwestern and central western Iowa, we are looking at this line of storms beginning to build that's just going to continue to swing all the way towards the east. So we're going to have all sorts of storms tonight, and definitely going to be looking at a little bit of a windbag event a little later on this evening. Tenacious Tabby saying, just subscribe and watching for a couple minutes on my TV, and I appreciate your stream in north central Wisconsin. Well, thank you very much for tuning in and for subscribing. That does mean a lot. That is the number one way that you can support us, is by subscribing and liking our broadcast and just like watching our content. That's the number one thing you can do to help us out. So I really appreciate it. And obviously our goal is to try and keep everybody safe. Up in north central Wisconsin, still looking at some storms. Nothing crazy going on. Depends kind of where you're at. Woo. A little bit of a sneeze there. All right, our rotation that has been out here in northern Iowa definitely has fallen apart a little bit, become a little bit more broad, which is really good to see. I actually do have a photo from these storms in Arkansas from Isaac Daniel. I can go ahead and show this really quick. So a really cool photo of the storms out there in Arkansas, out closer to Little Rock. Definitely got some scud and, some lowering scud on the bottom end of these storms. You can see these dark, deep blue colors into there. Lots of instability brewing. You can see a little bit of a hail shaft in the bottom left. Although I will say, I think Alan is kind of in the way. Move it a little bit. There you go. In the bottom left-hand corner here, you're going to see a little bit of a rain shaft going on out there. So pretty cool photos from Isaac, who is one of our affiliate storm chasers with Adrian Roncahan, who is the GOAT. We did hit 100 likes on the broadcast. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Adrian. We got a considerable upgrade, by the way, out here in Colorado. Sorry to cut you off. This is going to be for those 70-mile-per-hour winds. And again, honestly, the winds look weaker now than they did before. This should have been considerable a little bit ago. All right, go ahead. Sorry about that. Yeah, I do see that, and it does look like this storm just south of Oakland is taking on a little bit of a strange hook echo morphology on the western end of it. It doesn't look particularly tornadic, but definitely one we're going to watch closely. I'm not really seeing a bounded weak echo region here, although I will say I'm not looking at the latest radar scan, so that doesn't help. But yeah, that's definitely one to watch. It is, Adrian has pointed out, it is kind of riding along this boundary, which is coming right into its inflow here, which could definitely artificially plug in a little bit of enhanced vorticity and spin into there. We're still watching things continue to try and recycle over and over again out here in northern Iowa, but unable to do so successfully thus far. Do you ever plan to create your own radar software? My own radar software? No, but we are going to be working in the future, hopefully, with somebody on doing something like that. Hopefully in the future. But no, I don't plan on making my own radar software per se. Our website, though, is a fantastic tool for visualizing all of the outlooks. We have so many improvements that are coming to our website soon as well, within the next week or so. You can view all of the tornado, wind, hail outlooks for the next 8 days. It's going to be your categorical, your tornado, wind, hail, and then you have your probabilistic outlooks for days 3 through 8. Of course, there isn't anything for days 4 through 8 right now. You can also read the forecast discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. You can see all the updates, who issued them. You can see the previous discussions, and you can also see what areas are at risk. So a lot of cool things you can do. And you can download these images to share them with your friends and family as well. Really, really easy to do. We don't gain anything from people using our website. It is solely created as a tool for people to help spread the word about severe weather and try to keep each other safe. GR2 would be a great collaboration with you. Oh, I mean, I would agree. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I mean, this program is still the cream of the crop, but it is an older program. Seeing Ashley talking about Colesburg. Yeah, up to Colesburg up here. Northeastern Iowa. Wow. Yes, we've just traveled to the Pacific Northwest. We've spawned in Idaho, apparently. We got a chat message saying we just had a storm here in Green Bay about an hour ago. Just calm now. Yeah, there was a very strong storm that rolled through the Green Bay area. That one was bringing up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and then it moved off over the lakes. So definitely a strong storm that rolled through there not terribly long ago. That was like right at the start of our broadcast here, just about an hour ago. It feels like a very false sense of calm right now as things aren't exactly chaotic as this line starts to form, but we are going to be seeing a windbag unveiling itself here soon. The rest, there still are a lot of storms going on out here in Nebraska as well. A little bit of inflow out here near Soldier, Castana, and Turin. So that's going to be something to watch as well. But this whole line is going to unzip here. So the odds of us getting a supercell that can really produce a tornado along this line is going to be pretty slim here, as we're just seeing this unzipping line where we just get that big line of storms. It's really difficult for any of them to maintain good, clean inflow. And as a result, it's going to really limit your tornado risk. But it is going to definitely increase your wind threat. We are seeing some cells beginning to fire off back towards Mason City and just west of Mason City. Any of these that can remain discrete will definitely be bringing that risk for tapping into the environment and trying to get some rotation going. Yeah. This is probably going to be our number one area of concern right now, and for the next couple of hours here, for a tornadic threat anyway. In terms of getting those discrete cells. See, hello from Ohio, just checking in. Anything coming into Ohio tonight? Nothing crazy going on in Ohio tonight. Maybe in southern Ohio, you might get some general thunderstorms, but nothing crazy out there. Middle Tennessee, Dixon County is getting hit with heavy rains and thunderstorms. Yeah, I believe it. We've had tons of these air mass storms all over in the South. I mean, we get them, this is very normal in the South this time of year, but you can still see out in Middle Tennessee all sorts of storms popping up in and around Nashville, Murfreesboro, down towards Chattanooga, some scattered showers as well, towards Knoxville even, some scattered showers and storms. Same thing going on throughout Mississippi and Atlanta, where we have a little bit more widespread or a little bit more sparse storms, what I was trying to say there. Wow. I actually do have a photo of the storm in Dixon, Tennessee that I can show you really quickly from James Pettis, as it is a little grainy, but definitely a beautiful storm here. And you can see that sunshine coming through in the top left of your screen, and just that beautiful anvil taking over in the middle of the sky there. And you can also see that nice cumulus bubble going on the right-hand side where you've got a stronger updraft going on there. So a pretty strong and photogenic storm out there in central Tennessee. Thank you to Mr. Pettis for allowing us to use that photo. Mikey, I hope your girlfriend recovers well. Wisdom teeth is definitely annoying to get out. I had to do that about 4 years ago. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in Arizona that I wanted to quickly talk about. This is mostly going to be a wind threat. Anything that happens down here in the desert Southwest is going to be more of a wind threat. So this is for Pima County in Arizona, where we do have that wind threat going on. All right, back up into Nebraska. We still have some stronger storms near Grand Island, Chapman, Central City, and Fullerton. And then as we get to our unzipping line into Iowa here, we are seeing a full-on squall line beginning to form. And then north of Des Moines, kind of in the middle of our radar hole here, near Mason City and Algona, and just especially east of Algona, any cells that can fire off in this region are definitely going to produce the largest risk for becoming tornadic in nature. Yeah, so something really interesting that Adrian has just notified me of is that if we go back in time here and you're going to watch us slowly trickle back in time, what you're going to notice is that the outflow from our main severe thunderstorm here that was just east of Denver was enhancing the uplift going on just to its east. So it did kind of kickstart these two storms to become hailers. So now we're seeing two different hail producing cells north of Deer Trail and west of Last Chance out here in Denver, or east of Denver, I should say, in Colorado. So this is still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. As you can see, some of these winds are still strong. I do think this considerable severe thunderstorm warning is a little bit late, as it kind of needed to be there a little earlier and not so much now as earlier. But a stronger storm out here bringing some gusty winds, and a couple of hailers out there as well could be producing some small to medium-sized hail. Could do a little bit of damage. Nothing insane here. You can see these hail cores towering up to around close to 30,000 feet. Nothing crazy with these. We're going to jump back into Iowa. Shout out to Mikey's girlfriend, by the way, who is out there watching our broadcast, recovering from her wisdom teeth removal. What about Cadillac, Michigan for tonight, please? Will there be severe weather? Probably not. You should be okay out in Michigan. Adrian is telling me that near the Quad State, south of the Missouri Boot Heel area, the tornado threat is apparently non-zero down here. So something to watch for. Not something I'm particularly concerned about, but something to pay attention to. Yeah. Definitely looks like we're getting some localized stronger winds potentially at the mid levels. That's kicking out all of this mass with this cluster of storms. This is more really of an MCS, I would say, than a squall line here. As we have this cluster of storms near Elma and Charles City up here in northern Iowa. So definitely some stronger mid-level winds helping kick all this mass out. So could be producing some gusty winds here. My keyboard is oddly satisfying. That is good news. As we are still watching Alan in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, by the way, who does have a view on this storm now. So it is looking quite gorgeous out there. I do want to go ahead and show a couple of photos here that we've just gotten from Alan, who again is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now. Whoa, what have I done? There we go. So this was from Lawler, Iowa, not long ago. And you can see this gorgeous shelf cloud coming through. And you can also see a little bit of a lowering underneath it. So a multi-layered, you're seeing those plates come in within your shelf cloud. So definitely a lot of instability out there. And some pretty laminar flow leading to some of those beautiful looking plates. Just some gorgeous structure out there from Alan coming in. So really beautiful stuff. We have one more photo to share as well. Or actually, that would be the same one. I apologize. So a really, really beautiful storm out here that Alan is taking a look at right now. And we can actually just go ahead and tap in with him. And actually, he's getting moving again. So we'll full screen him in a little while once he gets into a little bit of a better position. But a really, really beautiful storm out there that he's taking a look at. Just absolutely gorgeous structure. And Alan is up in northern Iowa right now. We did get another photo from James Pettis of the storms down in Tennessee. And really, really just beautiful with the sun hitting the tops of those clouds. And you can see the most flawless looking overshooting top, like what you would see in a textbook. That overshooting top here from the middle of your updraft. And then you've got that anvil coming out. So really, really gorgeous photo coming in here from James Pettis. Really awesome stuff. Proud to Chase in the chat saying, Will, how you doing, man? I'm doing great. How are you? Karen Furnell saying, watching from the UK. Well, thank you for tuning into our American weather. Kevin saying, tornado season is near over, TBH. It is just typically inactive during these months. Yeah, things calm down a lot. Especially, I mean, usually it calms down a little bit by June, but we're definitely seeing things have stayed very active through June. And now into July here, still decently active, but it's a lot calmer than it was. And it's going to continue to stay a lot calmer than it was until probably late September into October. Again, we do still have a bunch of flash flood warnings in place right now. We have 3 considerable flash flood warnings. 2 of them are down for Custer and Pueblo counties in Colorado. And the other one is in Minnesota here for Mower County, which is the general Austin, Minnesota area. How long do I estimate I will be live? We will probably be live for at least another couple of hours, probably until 9, 10 p.m. this evening, maybe towards 11. It just depends how things go. I don't have an early rise tomorrow morning, so I can stay live as late as we need to this evening. Will, are you going to do hurricane landfalls, winter storm coverage, anything like that? Just severe weather? Yep, we're going to be doing it all. I might actually be out there myself doing hurricane coverage, like live from the coast. If we get a hurricane that happens within like the next like 2 or 3 weeks. So something to watch out for sure. I also may do one if we get a hurricane that's going to make landfall in August as well. It'll be an even closer drive for me. So something to watch. To be determined. If I did that, I would be working with Mark Sudduth, of course, who is one of the largest names in hurricane coverage. So really, really awesome to be partnered with him. He is just an incredible guy. It was so fun storm chasing with him as well. Just a really awesome guy. And we'll be doing full winter coverage too. Lorian saying, so many folks in the chat today. Hello all. Lorian is one of our meteorologists. She's away at the Ariana Grande concert right now. And let's full screen Alan, because oh my goodness, how has nobody pointed this out to me in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen? Let's full screen him. This is insane. Look at what Alan is seeing right now. This is absolutely stunning. Just there's Alan himself. There he is. There, Alan just said hello to us out here on broadcast as Alan is getting some photos of this absolutely stunning supercell. Like, this is the most mothership looking mothership supercell I've seen in a couple of weeks. This is gorgeous. Absolutely stunning supercell. You can see some of those aquamarines coming out in the middle of your screen there as a little bit of a hail core going on for sure. Nothing crazy with this one. I don't know exactly where Alan is. I know he's in northern Iowa, north of Waterloo. So I assume he's near somewhere near like Fredericksburg or New Hampton, but I don't know exactly where he is. Maybe towards Fort Atkinson also. But man, that is a absolutely gorgeous storm out there. Just a breathtaking storm. And you can see Alan on the left-hand side of your screen taking a panoramic of this as well. As this is just, wow. This is such a cool shot here. This is just really such a cool shot. Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming in from Alan. We're going to stay with him and keep him full screen here as nothing insane is happening around the map right now. Again, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning is in Logan and Weld counties in Colorado. That is in northeastern Colorado. So this one just popped up just now, and it's tagged for golf ball sized hail. So nothing insane. Calamity just saying, do you know Jen Naramore? She is cool. I don't think I do, actually. It sounds familiar. I think maybe I do. Is she the one that travels around and does all of like the older severe weather events and is like making that big archive? I want to say that's her. If that is her, then yes, I know her. If that's not her, then, and I'm mistaken, then refresh my memory. Okay, that is her. Yeah, I met her actually in March. She was really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. And yeah, Adrian just posted a screenshot from our broadcast here on Twitter. I'm going to drop that in the chat. Definitely run this up, man, because wow. Just an absolutely gorgeous, 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 gorgeous supercell out there that deserves some attention. I mean, Alan is the man for getting on this. This is absolutely incredible. Well, okay, sure. I can't draw on the map when I've got Alan full screen, but we are looking at, so there's a lot to break down on your screen right now. One thing you're looking at is those aquamarines on the center right-hand side of your screen, those like beautiful aqua blues coming out there. That is just hail being reflecting the light and bending the light. As we did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado near Deer Trail, east of Bennett. So this is east of Denver, straight down the highway. The same storm from earlier. Tagged with golf ball sized hail now. But what you're seeing on your screen are these gorgeous plates. And where you see that shelf cloud, that is kind of the bottommost part of the clouds you're seeing there before you look into all that rain. What you're seeing there is just the edge of the cold pool wedging up all of this moisture into the air. And as it comes back up over the top of that moisture, kind of like you're waving over your own head there. If I'm the storm and I'm going this way, I'm forcing that air over my head. It's kind of the same way a car works. If you think about the windshield of your car, you're pushing up all that moisture. You're just wedging it up into the air, and it's just forced to condense. And you just get that gorgeous shelf cloud. And then you get into your plates and your striations up there where you have that gorgeous laminar flow that's just producing all of those different plates where you have different levels of instability as you go in elevation in the atmosphere. And I mean, that is just one of the more photogenic supercells I've seen in some time, and definitely the most photogenic supercell we've ever covered live on air here. This is just absolutely a looker. I'm assuming that Alan is somewhere near like Fredericksburg. I feel like that makes the most sense with what I'm seeing right now. Just based on his location, he's definitely looking north. So I'm assuming he's in Fredericksburg, but I don't know for sure. But this is in northern Iowa, just absolutely a stunning storm here. I will say it is mostly outflow dominant, but near New Hampton. It looks like it might try to get a little rotation going. So that's something to watch, but not something that's particularly concerning. Possibly on the far right-hand side of your screen, it looks like you might have a little bit of a kink in your inflow there, trying to produce a little bit of rotation. But again, this is nothing nothing crazy where I'm looking at a tornadic cell at this moment. It could become tornadic for sure, especially because assuming he's on the cell I think he's on, that's rolling through New Hampton right now, this cell is propagating itself out ahead entirely. It's gotten some stronger mid-level winds have kicked in for sure and carried this thing out ahead of the main MCS to the southeast. So essentially what that means is that big storm there is trying to become more discreet and remain by itself. And it looks like Alan is seeing a little bit of rotation there as he's just notified us. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that signal as he was pointing to the right. This is absolute cinema here, as Alan is literally giving us like the shot of our channel so far. This is just absolutely stunning here. So much to look at right now. This is just gorgeous. We do have more photos coming in from Alan that are being sent to his team, and his team are editing them in real time. The Midwest Weather Team, with Brandon and Mason. They're both out there. Well, they're not out there at the storm. They're at home doing the editing and the production for this. And man, I'll show this once we no longer have a good view. While we have this view, we're keeping Alan on the screen in full. But the photos that Alan is taking right now and sending off are incredible. Absolutely incredible. We're seeing just a little bit of buffering. That's okay. A little bit expected as the storm kind of moves overhead of Alan here. But man, this is just a gorgeous, gorgeous storm. Absolutely stunning storm. And as we start to look up into the bear's cage a little bit, it looks like Alan's getting ready to move. He might be getting blasted with some outflow precipitation getting spat his way here, it looks like. But as you see those brighter blues, yeah, he's going to go ahead and move here. Just before he goes, you're seeing those brighter blues in the middle of your screen. That is definitely some elevated hail reflecting and refracting the light up there, bending that light. And you're getting those bluer colors coming through as a result. And my goodness, this is a gorgeous supercell that we're looking at here. Really, really powerful storm for sure. And again, near New Hampton, we are seeing a little bit of rotation. Nothing crazy, but a little bit of rotation is present. And Alan was looking at that just a minute ago. It looks like he's going to reposition here and try to get us a better view. While he does that, you can still follow along with him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. While he repositions, I'm going to go ahead and show you the latest photo that they have just sent us that has been edited out here. So this is another stunner here from Alan. This is what we were just looking at. As you can see this, let's see if I can zoom in and can I drag around? No? Okay. I won't do that. But what you're seeing in the bottom right of your screen, I mean, look at all these striations here. You can see that light coming through the different plates and our different layers of instability in this cell. I mean, this is just absolutely gorgeous. You're seeing a beautiful shelf cloud down here as well. And all of these plates coming through, really laminar flow with your instability out there as that cold pool just wedges up all of that moisture. And I mean, this gets a meteorology nerd all excited and jumping around. This is really, really cool stuff. What you also see a little higher is when you get more detail in the clouds up here, you're seeing a little bit more of that instability beginning to become visually apparent. So still, there's so many features on this. Like, I mean, this is just absolutely gorgeous. You can also see really beautiful, some windmills going on or some wind turbines down here along the horizon too. And just the beautiful Nebraska or Iowa landscape. Just really, really gorgeous photo here. And Alan is still in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen as he's kind of perpendicular to this. I'm going to go ahead and show him again full screen because he's really perpendicular to this shelf cloud now, which is a really cool view here on the right side of your screen. It looks like he's going to eventually be turning. Yeah, so we're not going to have the view on it possibly in a minute. I'm not sure what he's doing. He's still moving, getting a little bit of lag going on with his feed, but that's okay. We do have a couple more photos coming in from Tennessee as well, including a time lapse. I'm going to go ahead and show this time lapse here from Tennessee coming in from James Pettis. Let's take a look here as I go ahead and unfull screen Alan for just a moment. Let's take a look here at this gorgeous time lapse from these storms out in Tennessee. Really, really beautiful storm out there. Super cool time lapse from James Pettis. So I really appreciate him sending this in and allowing us to use that footage. That is really, really cool. It does look like Alan is had to make a quick pit stop, possibly to take a leak or something. But I think he's already up and moving again. Maybe he was just pulling over to do some navigation work. But yeah, Alan is out there going strong, man. And that is just gorgeous what he's been seeing out there. So we're going to keep him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen so you can follow along. Again, he's in northern Iowa. I'm assuming up near Fredericksburg, maybe near Wacoma or something like that. So we're going to continue to watch him. Looking around the map, again, we've been looking at his beautiful footage down there. Haven't taken a look around the map in a while. Back into western Iowa, we are seeing some stronger storms still going on here. Things are very linear with this cluster, so more of a threat for damaging winds than anything else. We are seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds tagged on 2 different storms here with severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Got a question saying, where is Reed Timmer? I do know. He's in Japan. He is in Japan for the landfall of Super Typhoon Baba. And we are seeing more interaction with this boundary that is in place here in Nebraska. So just west of the Omaha area, out near Grand Island, Central City, even Columbus as well, as we are just going to see this line continue to shoot off storms all over the place. And then we have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings going on in Colorado. One of them due east of the Denver metro, where we are seeing some of those golf ball-sized hailstones being possible. It looks like that hail threat has definitely diminished a good bit here on the most recent scan. And then in northeastern Colorado, northwest of Sterling, we're seeing some golf ball-sized hail possible there as well. And it does look like those values have depleted a little bit as well. So definitely some weakening storms out here in Colorado. And again, Alan in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen is just got the most incredible view. We do have some storms right at the tri-state of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Some of these stronger storms rolling through towards areas like Rolling Fork and Yazoo City that are very well known amongst the weather community. We also have a flash flood warning in place here in Arkansas for Ashley County. All right, and then down in Pima County, Arizona, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in place. This is an elevated storm that is producing some wind damage, so 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that one. And then out in Kansas, we do have another stronger storm straddling the border here near Towner and Sheridan Lake and Tribune of Colorado and Kansas, where that one could be producing some small hail and some gusty winds as well. And then out in North Carolina, still a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in place out there, where we do have some generally stronger storms, nothing crazy, just 60-mile-per-hour winds with these, maybe some small hail, nothing too insane going on out there. It looks like the terminal radar in Charlotte is back online, which is nice, as it was down for a little while. And then back in Iowa, we are going to focus in on the main event, which is out where Alan is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. If you're not subscribed to Alan and Midwest Weather especially, definitely make sure that you subscribe to Midwest Weather. If one of our mods could link their page in the chat, that would be awesome. They deserve all the love in the world. Follow them on all social platforms, man. They do such incredible work with us. We are so lucky to have them here at WillBrattonWx. We can see the work that they're putting in already. I mean, Alan, it's Alan's father's birthday this evening, and he still ended up deciding to go out and chase. And I think the result has been worth it for him, and hopefully him and his father got to spend time prior and or will be able to spend time tomorrow or in the coming days. So flash flood warning in Fillmore County, Minnesota. Yep, there's a bunch of flash flood warnings out here in Minnesota. We have a considerable flash flood warning for the Austin area from Mower County. Then we're also looking at in Minnesota, Freeborn County, and I think Fillmore County as well within flash flood warnings. The chasers are so good at their chasing. I pray for their safety. Absolutely. Yeah, they do an incredible job. And sometimes things can get a little bit spicy out there. So it's always good to make sure that we support them in the best way that we can. Watched poor Freddie get slammed with baseball hail not so long ago. So scary. Yeah, absolutely. I will say guys like Freddie and Matthew Capucci, they love that stuff. But it can get dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Oh, wow. Looks like Alan is on the move here in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We're going to continue to follow along with him. Calamity Jess saying, today my doctor was telling me about the 3-inch hail she got hit with while driving. I was like, this guy was trying to kill me. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Karen, I appreciate the kind words in there. Yeah, as Alan is on the move, you can see that storm off to his left. Looks like maybe he's going to be turning off. Looks like he's being chased by the storm. He is not storm chasing. He is being chased. As we see on the right-hand side of your screen, look at those blues coming in on the right-hand side of your screen. That is just beautiful. It is still a very powerful storm that we're looking at here from Alan. Producing some strong damaging winds. It looks like we just got a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning on that storm for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail as well. Man, that is just a beautiful view that we're getting here from Alan. And see, is there a chance Dublin in North Carolina? I'm guessing is what you're talking about. I don't know where Dublin is, I will say. Yeah, I don't know exactly where Dublin is. I'm trying to find it right now as we're watching Alan's feed. Dublin. Oh, excuse me. I do not know where Dublin is. I'm trying to find it. I'm just kidding. Oh, okay. We just got a tornado warning in Wyoming. Interesting. So we're going to go ahead and exit full screen, and near Laramie here, we have a tornado warning in place where we did get a little bit of rotation as spun up here just east of Laramie. So that's something. Okay. Yeah, this tornado warning near Laramie, though, definitely has a little bit of inflow going on. As this one is definitely intriguing. Definitely intriguing. This is for Albany County in Wyoming. This is a much smaller cell here that's got some rotation going on. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, definitely could see some storms this evening. Probably nothing insane. Could see some damaging winds, though. Duplin is north of Wilmington, I'm seeing. Okay. On that fire in Colorado, it has rained a little more. I think it has stopped, but still a lot of smoke on that fire. I think the fire is too big for a little rain to put it out. Yeah, those storms down in Colorado, and I see Jessica Moore in the chat, one of our meteorologists, or one of our meteorologists and storm chasers. She is out there in Colorado and can attest to they need that rain. She had been looking at those fires a couple days ago, and some scary stuff out there. No, we're not going to be seeing a fire tornado, most likely. Brandon, no problem at all. How's Mason City looking? Mason City still has storms coming its way. It is still sitting in them, I should say. And you're going to get more. So definitely could be seeing some stronger storms through Mason City. And again, Alan is up in northern Iowa right now as you're watching him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Our rotation near Laramie has weakened a little bit. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning put in place for Fergus and Judith Basin counties in Montana. So this one's going to be tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds here. More of an elevated storm producing some strong winds through areas like Hobson, Stanford, Windham, McCazen, Ross Fork, Hanover, Moore, Danvers, and Lewistown. Colon as well. As, yeah, this rotation is definitely weakened a little bit east of Laramie, but it's still one to watch. I don't think a weak brief tornado is ruled out tomorrow in southern Illinois. I completely agree. Completely agree. We do have a 2% risk from the Storm Prediction Center that is in place right now. I see that. I see that Mitch West actually reposted one of our broadcast announcements on Twitter, so I really appreciate that from him. That's awesome. And yeah, I really appreciate everyone who's tuned in so far this evening, liking and subscribing. It's the number one thing you can do to support us. Again, this is a tornado warning that is looking like the rotation has weakened a bit on the latest scan, just east of Laramie here in Wyoming. We're going to continue to watch it pretty closely here. We just got the newest reflectivity scan in, so our new velocity scan should be in just a couple minutes. Emily Garcia talking about Sterling, Colorado. We have a stronger storm up near Sterling right now, just north of you. You could still see some precipitation and storms roll your way. Definitely could see one of those storms reach severe thresholds in your area, so something to pay attention to. And they did just go ahead and shrink down our tornado warning east of Laramie. And it looks like, yeah, that rotation is still continuing to weaken here. But it is still there. Something to pay attention to. As Alan is dealing with a little bit of precipitation in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in northern Iowa. We are going to continue to keep his feed there until he's got a better view on things. He can get to a safer position. And again, this is a tornado warning out here in Albany County in Wyoming. So if you're east of Laramie or west of Horse Creek, you got to be making sure you're taking this one seriously. Lowest floor and interior-most room of a sturdy structure. Pesik's in the chat. Good to see you. I'm going to check in on Nebraska, where we just had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Platte County, as that's going to be for Columbus and Platte Center out here. just some stronger winds with this one. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Back into Iowa, we still got some stronger storms going on as well. Up here near Fredericksburg is where Allen is at in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That is becoming much more outflow dominant here. So definitely a wind bag, and not much of a tornado threat there at the moment. Now that could still change. And then our main concern is with our tornado warning in Laramie, or just east of Laramie in Wyoming here. Thoughts on Wisconsin? Definitely will be getting some strong storms in Wisconsin this evening. Some damaging wind possible with those. I don't really think we're going to have much of a hail threat out there. We could definitely see an isolated tornado, though. Cool, man. I see you in the chat. How you doing? How you doing? As it looks like things are almost breaking up here east of Laramie, and we're having 2 separate updrafts put in place, where the weaker one is currently tornado warned but doesn't look particularly concerning. That tornado warning only has 27 minutes remaining on it, and I don't know if it'll last the full duration. Cool, man. I am doing great, actually. I'm glad to hear that you are doing well. And again, that is Storm Chaser Alan Geiger with Midwest Weather, an affiliate of WillBrattonWx. In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, had some absolutely stunning visuals on our on this cell out there a little while ago. That is much more outflowy. Go ahead and pop this back up to take a quick look at it here, as this is what Alan was showing us not long ago, and that's where he is right now, trying to get out ahead of it again so we can get a good look at it. Beautiful storm out there. What's Nebraska looking like tonight? You've got a lot of stronger storms in eastern Nebraska right now. So we've been looking out near west of Omaha, near Grand Island, Central City, where you have some stronger storms interacting with a boundary here that is draped all the way back through Iowa. So we are looking at some stronger storms out here in eastern Nebraska. And again, it does look like this rotation has really weakened a lot here east of Laramie. So that tornado warning is still in place. We could still see a tornado with it. It could still recycle itself and become tornadic at any point. But we're most likely not going to be seeing a tornado from this one. You definitely can't rule it out. Radar presentation is not always fully indicative of what's going on in the atmosphere. My meteorology background, I just graduated in May with my bachelor's in meteorology, and I am pursuing my master's, doing a thesis at Mississippi State University. You're going to get a velocity couplet update here in just a second. Cool, man, saying, just making sure because I live in the middle of Nebraska. That's a reasonable thing to check in on. As you can see, our tornado warning was just shrunken down yet again here. For just west of Horse Creek. And that couplet is still there. It's just extremely, extremely weak. So it's there. Just very, very weak. Still could produce a tornado. Yeah, if you're in Laramie, you should be fine. This is to your northeast at this point, where this stronger storm is. I am definitely glad to hear that things are okay out there in Laramie. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what state's north of Kansas. I don't know. I think it's that one that looks like an iron. What do they call that one? They call it Nebraska. For those who don't know, Nebraska is a little bit of an inside joke here at WillBrattonWx. Alan, still in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, is buffering just a little bit. Yeah, it does look like an iron, Pezix. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it in your entire life. Kevin saying, if this stuff in Nebraska remained discreet, I'd see a chance for a tornado or two. It's blowing up all linear, probably means a non-zero tornado threat. Yeah, it's definitely a non-zero tornado threat out there, but it's very limited. I would not expect a tornado out there. If anything, it would be a pretty brief spin up, as things have grown pretty upscale up there in Nebraska along that boundary. Is there a flash flood anywhere, or hurricane? No, we do not have a hurricane. We do have a lot of flash flood warnings in place. In fact, we have 13 of them for Colorado, Minnesota, Iowa, Indiana, Tennessee, North Carolina, New Mexico, Wyoming, Arkansas, West Virginia. Bunch of states have some flash flood warnings going on right now. So definitely make sure that you're staying in touch with your flash flood warnings for your local region. If you see water on the roadway, turn around, do not drown. Again, our tornado warning here for Albany County in Wyoming has 22 minutes remaining on it. And that rotation has significantly dwindled. So I am expecting things to fall off a cliff here with this one. I'm expecting that tornado warning to get lifted not too long from now. Yeah, and it looks like even on the latest scan, that velocity couplet has gotten even weaker. It's pretty much non-existent here. So that tornado warning will probably be lifted here within moments. As Alan in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen still has quite the beautiful view as he's trying to get out ahead of those storms there in northern Iowa. Could be seeing some small hail north of Laramie, by the way, to the west of Farthing. You also have cousins in Ohio, so you just want to check on them in the North Carolina or in the North Canton area. Fair enough. They are definitely going to be okay today. Could see a little bit of thunderstorm action tomorrow, but they'll be all right. I'm not too worried about anywhere in Ohio in the near future anyway. All right, this tornado warning is still in place, so I want to stay with it, but I just want to continue to reiterate that I think the tornado risk with this one has pretty much completely dwindled away. There's a very, very weak couplet present. Do I know what a dry line is? Yes, a dry line is a boundary that is separating a difference in moisture content on either side of that boundary. It's not necessarily a thermal boundary. It is a moisture boundary. Austin, you should try it out, bro. You should try it out. I appreciate you tuning in tonight, by the way, Austin. We don't have any kind of a tornado going on right now. And there we go. Our tornado warning has been lifted, so we officially have no tornado warnings on the map. We're going to jump back to Iowa, where we do have Alan out there looking out ahead of this windbag storm that is rolling through northeastern Iowa. Austin saying there's reports of trees down on the storm in North Carolina. Interesting. Alrighty. Duplin County Lake apparently is where there's some trees down. I'm seeing in the chat. All right, we are still looking at these stronger storms out here in Iowa. I will say all of the storms out in western Iowa have been downgraded from severe thresholds. So we are no longer looking at any severe thunderstorms out in western Ohio, just in northeastern Ohio, Iowa. How many times did I just say Ohio? Iowa. Northeastern Iowa, some strong to severe storms that you're seeing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You're also seeing on the in the west of Iowa here, some stronger storms could be producing some hail near Dow City or Denison, but nothing reaching severe thresholds, according to the National Weather Service. Our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning is out here in Montana, where we have some strong winds blowing through Hobson and Lewistown. Those are 70-mile-per-hour winds up there. In Nebraska, we are still looking at some stronger storms as well. Back towards North Platte, also another stronger storm appears to be firing off with a little bit of rotation going on. Again, the environment over there isn't terribly conducive for tornadoes, so we're not terribly worried about a tornado threat over there, but it is something we got to pay attention to. Yes, I am monitoring the entire country. All right. Chukasoba back in the chat. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well this evening. I do want to just check in on what's going on generally in Wisconsin, as we do have some stronger storms rolling through areas like Friendship and Mauston. And any of these storms could potentially ingest a little bit of vorticity and try to get spinning. I'm not really worried about any kind of a tornado threat, though, but it is possible. I can't entirely rule it out, especially in about an hour when the low-level jet starts to get active here. Well, it's 1 o'clock in the UK, so off to sleep I go, hopefully as it's boiling hot. Catch you next time. Karen, thank you for tuning in. Have a great rest of your night and stay cool. And our old severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted for our cell down here in northeastern Iowa. So for areas like West Union and Donnan, eventually towards Arlington, Ossian as well, we just have the one severe thunderstorm warning in place for 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail possible as well. Out in Wisconsin, again, like I said, there's any of these storms could ingest a little bit of spin and try to get going. There is a stronger storm out here near Mauston, but nothing crazy out here. Any of these storms could try to get going, so make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, but I'm not terribly concerned about it out here in Wisconsin at the moment. Chukasoba, I can relate to you. I can relate to you very much. The one time, like, I hadn't had storms in so long, and then I asked for them. I finally got them, and you know what I got? I got a power outage for like 6 hours. Whoa. Austin, my buddy Austin sent me a video that had some music in it. I'm about to get copyrighted. Jesse saying, how's your day today? It was great. How was yours? Why is my window yellow in a storm? You're just seeing some light being bent. Possibly a little bit of rotation out here near Rockford. Something to watch. Your power went out on the 29th for 3.5 hours. That is not ideal. Ours was out on the 4th of July for like 8 hours, which is really inconvenient, but it was fine. And it looks like a lot of our weather is calming down a little bit for the time being, which is kind of surprising to me because I was expecting things to really be the strongest between around 7 to 10 p.m. tonight. So we're not out of the woods yet. Things are just calmed down for right this moment. Our storm that was near Fort Dodge earlier that I was interested in didn't really do anything. Kind of dissipated, so. I guess Austin needs a little help. So again, things are calmed down for the moment here, but I don't know exactly how long this is going to last. Looks like maybe we do have a little bit of rotation in place near Marble Rock or Rockford. Definitely some contaminated radar data coming through. Near Mauston, we are still looking at a stronger storm rolling through the area here, where it could ingest a little bit of spin. I don't think it's not very likely at all, but it definitely could. And then down in Nebraska, we are looking at a couple of stronger storms as well along the line, bringing those 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail being possible with those as well. I cannot believe that photo that Alan got, man. Just absolutely insane. Austin with the $1 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It looks like Alan does have another view here on this storm in northern Iowa, so we're going to give him a full screen. We can also tap into his audio a little bit, see if he's saying anything. Jared, I appreciate you, my friend. It's good to see you. Getting some interference here with Alan. We're going to go ahead and mute him up, but still looking like a stronger storm out here in northern Iowa. The blues that we're getting on this screen are just really beautiful. Is anything in Laramie? No, you should be good to go. Someone told me 5 minutes ago, Colesburg, Iowa. No, you're going to be okay in Colesburg, Iowa. You're completely okay. You're not going to be having strong tornadoes like rolling through your area or anything like that. No tornadoes at all. Strong wind, absolutely. You're absolutely going to have some strong wind eventually. But you will be good out there in Colesburg, Iowa. All right, Alan is getting mobile again, so we're going to go ahead and exit full screen with him there. You can still follow along with him in the bottom of the left-hand corner of your screen. Out in North Carolina, we do have another very large severe thunderstorm warning to the northeast of Raleigh. Tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds here. That Wyoming tornado warning had a CC aligned with velocity. I wasn't seeing anything in there that screamed out to me. I don't really think that was really much of anything out there in Wyoming, but it's always possible. All right, back into Nebraska. Still stronger storms going on there. Wouldn't shock me to see these storms near Defiance on the Iowa side of the border become severe, by the way. And this one maybe could even ingest a little bit of spin. This one here near Dow City and Defiance. Maybe. It'd be a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, we're just going to continue rolling with everything here this evening, as we do have severe thunderstorm warnings popping up all over the place. We still have one down in Louisiana and Mississippi, I should say. For this line of thunderstorms, bringing some stronger winds eventually towards Rolling Fork. 60-mile-per-hour winds with these. Still some stronger storms out in Colorado, as well as this line continues off eastward through Linden and Anson for 60-mile-per-hour winds there. The hail threat is really diminished. Down in Kansas, we do have that stronger storm producing some small hail and some gusty winds. Nothing crazy with this one near Tribune. And other than that, we're just really looking at Iowa as our main area of concern. And again, I wouldn't entirely rule something out in central Wisconsin, but it's very unlikely. Did I see the PDS tornado warning? Yeah, I did. If you're talking about in Minnesota, I did see that, yeah. Yeah, there was not really much going on with that Laramie storm anywhere, to be honest with you. And again, we do have tons of flash flood warnings in place, like literally all over the place, by the way. We're looking at a total of 14 flash flood warnings, 3 of them being considerable flash flood warnings. One of them's for the Austin area of Minnesota here from Mower County. We're also looking at considerable flash flood warnings for Custer and Pueblo counties down here in southwest of Pueblo in Colorado. And then other flash flood warnings include Wyoming for Laramie. We We also have a couple throughout Iowa, Indiana, Tennessee, North Carolina, New Mexico. Another one for Sheridan, Wyoming, West Virginia, and Arkansas as well. So tons of flash flood warnings, literally like all over the place. Stuff that we have to pay decently close attention to. Welcome back, Cruz. That was bizarre. I don't know what just happened there, but we lost our velocities for a second. Got them back now. Again, nothing crazy going on in Wisconsin. I'm not expecting anything crazy. It is possible that we see a random storm that fires off and wants to be stronger out here in central Wisconsin, but I'm not expecting it. Mostly you're just dealing with some thunder showers, just scattered stratiform precipitation and some lightning, maybe an embedded thunderstorm in there like you're seeing here near Mauston, Friendship, and Coloma and Hancock right now. But nothing concerning in general in Wisconsin. Disney Fam of 4, I see you. Welcome back. Do I expect any storms to hit Mukwonago, Wisconsin tonight? I got to remind myself where exactly that is. Is that like... I feel like I'm losing my mind. I know this one. I swear I know this one. Is it like the Milwaukee area? Question mark. Yeah, near Milwaukee. Okay. Ah, there it is. Yeah. All right, bang. I'm learning my Wisconsin geography. Yeah, you'll probably get some storms into like the later hours this evening. I'm not really expecting anything significant. Maybe just some general stratiform rain, some general thunder showers, nothing crazy. We did get a new flash flood warning put in place out here in Iowa for Floyd and Mitchell counties, excuse me. So we've seen a lot of rain in this area in Iowa. These storms aren't exactly moving fast, so. How's Denver doing? You should be all right in Denver. In North Carolina for Duplin County, by the way, we are still seeing some stronger storms out here reaching severe thresholds. Really just wind and small hail risk with those. Out in Colorado, though, I'll take a look at what's going on in Denver. Denver, you should be generally okay for the majority of the rest of the evening, as this stronger line of storms has kind of connected with what's going on in Wyoming now, and it is continuing to propagate off to your east. So nothing you need to really worry about in Denver. But if you are in northeast Colorado, still some stronger storms headed your way that could reach severe thresholds, and maybe you get a spin up tornado, but I'm not expecting it by any stretch. Really, up here in Iowa is our number one concern for the evening. And that is where storm chaser Alan Geiger with Midwest Weather is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He is out there in Iowa. Sorry about that. That was probably loud. What's up, Adrian? Oh yeah, I see that. It actually looked better a little bit ago. I see this. Around 6,000 feet. It was actually looking even a little bit better. We do have some rotation here near Stromsburg and Osceola out here in Nebraska. Thank you, Adrian, for notifying me of that. But yeah, definitely a little bit of rotation present there. Nothing insane. But we could see an embedded tornado risk develop, excuse me, near Stromsburg and Osceola here in Nebraska. So we are in central eastern Nebraska is where we are at. And again, more specifically, we are out here near Osceola and Stromsburg, where we are looking at a little bit of rotation going on there at around 6,000 feet or 5,000 feet in the air. This is nothing insane, but definitely something to pay close attention to. Looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here a minute or two ago in Nebraska. So that one's going to be for Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties here. And that's just a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back in North Carolina, we did get a another severe thunderstorm. Well, we have another we just have this large severe thunderstorm warning that's been in place for a little while. I guess maybe it got updated or something, but it doesn't look like it did. I'm trying to figure out what happened with it because it says it's new, but it's obviously not. We've had this one for a little while, but anyway, this one's impacting Edgecombe, Franklin, Halifax, Nash, Vance, and Warren counties in North Carolina. Some strong winds with this guy, nothing else, just strong winds. Down in Arkansas, we're also looking at Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, and Jefferson counties, where we have a little bit of a stronger wind situation developing there. Some small hail possible there, and as well as we have 1-inch hail tagged with that one. So that's southwest of Pine Bluff, just down the interstate. Or the highway. I guess that's maybe not an interstate. And back into Colorado for Washington County, we are still looking at this stronger storm here becoming more outflow dominant and less impressive in general. 25 minutes remain on that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And our severe thunderstorm warnings in Iowa have been lifted. So we officially have no severe thunderstorm warnings active in Iowa right now. We do still have some stronger storms, though, that are definitely producing some gusty winds really all throughout Iowa here. And again, we're still watching for any storms that fire off out ahead of this thing and remain discreet for a little bit. Those could definitely pose an elevated tornado risk. So if that's a very conditional if. It's most likely that we're not going to see much of a tornado risk for the rest of the evening here, outside of maybe around sunset in an hour when the low-level jet starts to get enhanced. Other than that, I'm not really expecting much of anything this evening. So we did dodge a bullet a little bit with this evening setup, which is good. And this was a very low confidence setup to begin with. One thing we can continue to talk about is that our surface winds in this area and our dew points in this area are still pretty favorable. We just got a tornado warning out there, I think, on that cell, by the way. So we do have a new tornado warning out for Hamilton, Nebraska. I think this is what we were just looking at. Actually, it's not. This is a different area of rotation here where I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that this was spotter reported because, yeah, weather spotters reported a funnel cloud. I was going to say because on radar presentation, it doesn't look like it needs a warning. So we do have a new tornado warning in place for Hamilton County, Nebraska. This is near Aurora. So a new tornado warning in place. Weather spotters have reported a funnel cloud here. Well, that's something. I guess we may have a little bit of mesoscale magic going on as Adrian's let me know. He's been tracking this environment in Nebraska much more closely as I've been jumping around the country. But he has just let me know that this is straddling the intersection of 3 different outflow boundaries that have been set up here. So it could be seeing a little mesoscale magic, and that's why we're getting that funnel cloud that has been reported. And as a result, we have a tornado warning here in place for Hamilton County. So a observed funnel cloud out here in Hamilton County, Nebraska, where we've got a tornado warning in place. And I guess I can pull up our METAR in this region as well, where it looks like we do have still some stronger inflow coming out of the south and maybe even the southeast a little bit, slightly more backed. Dew points up into the 70s here. So pretty moisture-rich environment with some winds coming out of the south, which is ideal for this storm. So that's definitely something to watch. Alan in the chat, our storm chaser you're seeing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, saying that his storm died. Yeah, it does look like in northeastern Iowa that storm has fallen apart. But man, Alan, let me tell you, the shots that you got out there were actually breathtaking. Like, I hope that made the trip worth it for you because, man, that was some unbelievable structure out there. Absolutely incredible. And we got to catch all of that on broadcast too, which was so awesome. That was just really incredible work from you. And look at this. Decent towering updraft and hail core. What you will notice is that this isn't a very sheared environment. This is not the most tilted updrafts in the world that we're seeing. So that could be a little bit of a limiting factor here for this storm near Aurora. But definitely a towering one here is your echo tops aren't unbelievably impressive on the latest radar scan, but just a minute ago they were, getting to 56,000 feet. And yeah, it does look like Alan's broadcast has gone down. It looks like we are working to get it back, though. I've just been notified by his team. But yeah, we do have a tornado warning active right now here for Hamilton County, Nebraska. Penguin saying, how cooked am I? I'm in Aurora. You're probably okay. There was a funnel cloud reported with this. But I will say on radar, it doesn't look very impressive. But it's definitely possible that you end up with a tornado in your area since we did have a funnel cloud. And those dew points are decently high. And also you have relatively southerly surface winds. Essentially what I'm saying is that you have some of the ingredients in place for sure to get a tornado. But on radar, it just doesn't look super impressive. But we did have that reported funnel cloud. Adams County, Wisconsin. Seeing a question about. Let's see where. Some stronger storms in your area. You should be okay, though. I can check in over there really quickly. As we did just get a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings put in place for Adams and Marquette counties in Wisconsin. So some stronger storms here, bringing some generally strong winds, but nothing crazy. You're not going to be seeing any hail, and you're most likely not going to be seeing any kind of a risk for tornadic development. So in general, you should be okay out in Adams County, Wisconsin, and Marquette County. Just a stronger storm out there. But again, we are looking at a tornado warning for Aurora and Hampton here in Hamilton County, Nebraska, where, again, things don't look incredibly impressive in terms of our radar presentation, but still kicking. Still have a storm here that has produced a funnel cloud that has been observed. Pine Bluff, Arkansas, you should be okay. You just have a stronger storm rolling through your area. Nothing crazy. Some stronger winds, maybe some small hail, definitely some rain. Southwest of Pine Bluff, you have a little bit of a stronger storm producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. But nothing crazy. You'll be okay. And we are going to get Alan's feed back here in just a second. There he is. So there's Alan back in action in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He's up there in northern Iowa where we had the most gorgeous storm. Absolutely stunning storm. Beautiful, beautiful structure. And you can check out that photo from the Midwest Weather team here at the Twitter link I just dropped on our profile. Definitely make sure that you give Midwest Weather and Alan a follow. They're both tagged in that photo. Make sure you give them a follow because the work they do is absolutely incredible. We are really, really lucky to have Midwest Weather and their crew with us. Just really awesome group. As it does look like there is a little bit of a rotation now present on radar as opposed to what I was seeing earlier, just to the west of Aurora, possibly here. It's nothing crazy, but we're going to continue to watch it. Again, there was a funnel cloud reported on this not long ago. Just about 10 minutes ago. You can actually take a look at that report if it shows up for us here. Doesn't look like it will. That's okay. This one does also have a lot of lightning going on. Not as electrically active as some other storms have been today, especially to the northeast there near Osceola and Stromsburg. A little bit more electric activity going on. Back into Iowa, a lot more electric activity near Mason City. Our tornado warning has been shrunken down and maintained for the time being. So we no longer have that funnel cloud report, but we do have a radar indicated rotation now. Whereas I'll be honest, we really didn't before. So it's a good thing. That's why weather spotters are so important. Because a few scans ago when this got reported, there was no way to look at this on radar and decide that this needed a tornado warning. But when we go further in time, you can see that couplet is kind of there now, just a little bit, near Aurora. So that's why weather spotters are so incredibly important, as well as storm chasers. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner, I know Alan's buffering right this second, but really gorgeous storm down there that he is looking at. His storm has weakened out a lot, but it is still there. We just got our latest reflectivity scan. We're going to be getting another velocity scan here in just a couple seconds. And there it is. That rotation is still there. Again, it's not particularly impressive, but there is rotation near Aurora. So we got to stay with it as Alan is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, no longer buffering there. And if you don't follow Alan and Midwest Weather on all social platforms, you definitely should do that to support the work that they do. They do such an incredible job with us. And you can also like and subscribe to our broadcast here. That's always the number one thing you can do to support us as well. Weather Wisdom saying more rotation in my stomach than that storm. That's kind of real. Should be fixed, Adrian. Sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead, Adrian. Which one? Where are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah. Okay. I see. I see. Yeah, we are tracking all sorts of storms out here all over the US this evening. As you can hear me talking to the walls as Adrian and I go back and forth discussing what's going on. Adrian, of course, is a great help to us behind the scenes and also a phenomenal storm chaser when he's out there in the field, which is what he normally does, but he's in his off season right now. So he's helping us out behind the scenes. In Aurora, I will say that rotation has definitely uptrended on the latest scan. Yeah, I need a short of Alan waving at the broadcast there. Whoa. I missed the latest scan here. I was not looking, and yeah, near Aurora, definitely some stronger rotation now. So this is something to watch. Definitely some uptrending rotation here. We're probably going to see this tornado warning maintained for the last 11 minutes, 10 minutes now of its life cycle, and we might see a new one issued. And I will say the storm is not exactly moving quick. It's moving at 15 miles an hour. Usain Bolt runs faster than this storm. North or south of town, it is generally just like kind of right over town or just to the north of town. I can disable radar here and kind of show you what I'm looking at. I mean, it's just the north of town, really. So this is your area of rotation. And when I disable radar, there's where Aurora is. So just kind of north of town. This is definitely something to pay attention to here. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, and I know Penguin DJ in the chat, you're in this warning, you definitely want to take this one seriously, as that rotation did uptrend. Although I will say, the latest scan, it is now downtrended significantly. Again, it looks like that inflow got entirely cut off here. So hopefully that's the trend we're going to see over the next couple scans as well, and this thing's going to weaken out. That would be the best case scenario for us. There's all sorts of like little areas of rotation that keep trying to form around this thing, though. It's like almost another one to the west of town, possibly here. Very strange. Honestly, I don't expect any of this to put down a tornado, but it easily could. So if you're in that warning, you got to be taking it seriously. Interior-most room of a sturdy structure, a basement or storm shelter if you've got one. Thanks. Thanks. Just had the pizza delivery guy come in. Which would be my father. Was kind enough to heat up a frozen pizza for me for this evening here. Disney fan before saying, I just joined again, so I don't know if you mentioned it looks like there's some rotation on the stuff near Wisconsin. I'll check in on it. I haven't looked at Wisconsin in a little while because we've got a tornado warning going on in Nebraska. I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out at me here. It's possible, but very unlikely, really, that we've got any kind of rotation going on here. Yeah, nothing really screaming out at me looking particularly concerning. There's definitely some mid-level rotation going on near Grand Marsh and Westfield, but nothing crazy here. Nothing at the lower levels. Yeah, I mean, there's maybe some very broad rotation at the mid levels here, southwest of Wadama, but nothing that looks like tornadic to me. At least not at this moment. Our tornado warning in Nebraska was just shrunken down, by the way. So it has been condensed to exclude most of Aurora, interestingly. My dad was even kind enough to bring me down some red pepper flakes and Parmesan. Very, very kind of him. So again, this is a tornado warning, still in effect for areas like Aurora and Hampton. So if you're in those areas, you still need to be taking this seriously. It's just not looking particularly concerning to me. But again, you always got to go by what the National Weather Service says, not by what I say. I'm only relaying my own personal opinions and thoughts on the situation. Interesting. I see this sounding that you sent me, Adrian. Still a lot of Cape. Oh, that's better. Thank you. With the white background so I can actually read it. So not a ton of spin. This is so I'm looking at an observed atmospheric profile taken by a radio sonde out of Omaha, where the environment is somewhat favorable to get a tornado. It's nothing crazy. Absolutely nothing crazy, but it is somewhat there. Again, tornado warning still in place. Hamilton County, Nebraska. It looks like this warning will be allowed to expire in 3 minutes, though, as that tornado risk has most certainly diminished, at least for the most part, for the time being. This thing's been kind of cyclic, so we could still see it jump back up again, but I'm not really that worried about it. I think this tornado warning will expire and not be extended in 30 minutes, or 3 minutes, excuse me. 3 minutes from now. Say what now, Adrian? I tend to agree with that. Possibly some more rotation developing again near Aurora yet again. But nothing crazy. It looks like we lost Alan again. At least for the time being. I don't know if he's just done for the night or not. But we have definitely lost Alan for the time being. And again, we do have this tornado warning near Aurora that is going to expire in 2 minutes. Possibly some more rotation on the back end near Aurora. Out in Wisconsin, we still got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. This is going to be for Marquette and Adams counties. Definitely broad rotation at the mid-levels, southwest of Wautoma. Nothing concerning for a tornado risk. Same thing just west of Westfield, between Westfield and Grand Marsh. Definitely have a little bit of rotation at the mid-levels, but again, this is not anything concerning. That looks like it's going to be tornadic. Then we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings still going on in North Carolina, and that's actually it. So we're down to just 1 tornado warning and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, and our tornado warning is about to expire at any second here. We'll see if they opt to issue a new one for what's going on just west of Aurora or not, but yeah, we have like 45 seconds left on our tornado warning here. And then I'm seeing out of Penguin DJ in the chat who's in Aurora that it is hailing there in Aurora, and that doesn't surprise me as we can take a volumetric look here. And you can see that, especially like right over Aurora, you have a very towering updraft here. Launching targets above 50,000 feet. Launching 50 plus DBZ targets, mind you, above 50,000 feet. So very impressive updraft. And then those magentas getting launched almost 40,000 feet in the air is also very impressive. Those are your 60 DBZ values. So certainly some hail going on near Aurora. And this is a derived product that just looks at the percentage likelihood that you are seeing severe threshold hail with a storm. And there goes our tornado warning. So no tornado warning on the map for now. And in Aurora, you're going to see some of these values getting up into the 70s. So this will probably get a severe thunderstorm warning here in a minute at the least. And it does look like we're going to be getting Alan back not long from now, which is good. And there we go. There's that severe thunderstorm warning that's been put in place here. So this is a large severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton and York counties in Nebraska for 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, and that wind threat has been observed. So again, this is still a strong storm out here for areas like Aurora, Henderson, Stockham, Hampton, and Bradshaw. And for context on where we're at, we are in kind of like southeastern-ish Nebraska. I don't know if Aurora would classify itself as southeast Nebraska or central Nebraska or what, but we're not far from Grand Island. And I do have some good news here. We have gotten Alan's feedback. So there he is. There's what Alan's seeing at the top of his screen. I'm going to full screen him for just a second here. At the top of your screen here, all these clouds that look really beautiful, and it just looks like a bunch of pillows, right? All of those clouds, man, you're just seeing literally, you're visually seeing instability. It's really cool to look at here. Just a beautiful scene that Alan's got out here in northern Iowa. Looks like he's just getting some drizzle on the windshield here, so he'll probably get moving here soon. Excuse me. You can follow along with him in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen here. Out in Wisconsin, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our main chunk of storms. That's going to be for Columbia, Green Lake, and Marquette counties. We still have Adams County included in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. None of these storms are looking tornadic, but definitely 60-mile-per-hour winds could be possible. We are seeing mid-level rotation with these, so a tornadic threat can't be entirely ruled out, but it is very, very unlikely. Yeah, we need another radar. We need multiple radars really in Wisconsin. One literally like in Montello would probably be great. And then we need another one in northern Wisconsin, maybe like Phillips or something like that. But unfortunately, we got to work with what we got. We do actually have a tornado possible tag. I'm guessing that's in North Carolina because they've been issuing these all night. Maybe not. Nancy, I see you in the chat. Good evening. How are you doing? It could be the Nebraska storm they added. Okay. So they had a tornado possible tag on the storm for Adams County originally. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why, but it was there, and that one is going to be allowed to expire or lifted off the map here soon. So that is our only tornado possible warning on the map, as of right this second anyway. So again, we have a couple areas of storms right now. North Carolina, Nebraska, and Wisconsin. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Crook County, Wyoming. So this is out in northeastern Wyoming here, the northeasternmost corner of Wyoming. So we're looking at near Montana and South Dakota. So south of Alzada, which is a cool area, by the way. And just west of Colony here. We're seeing 1.25 inch hail, that's $half size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds with this isolated cell that's fired off out here. Looks like there's a little bit of a hail spike on this one as well. A very small hail spike, but it is there. So definitely seeing some severe threshold hail with this storm. Nancy says she got the rest of the yard mowed and kicked back for the evening. Nice. Well, sit back and get yourself some ice cream or something and hang out with us for a little while. As we have Alan in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen out there in northern Iowa. Whoa. I did not mean to do that. I apologize for the noise there. I just tried to flip my phone over and I threw it on my keyboard. It's like I didn't magically end the broadcast, did I? But no, I did not, thankfully. Again, we're still watching Wisconsin pretty closely for a little bit of a wind bag that could be developing here with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this thing could strengthen a little bit. As that low-level jet kicks in after sunset here, this could become a little more outflowy, producing those strong winds throughout central Wisconsin. And again, I am expecting our tornado risk to be pretty much entirely diminished. You can't rule out an isolated spin-up tornado, but most likely we should be pretty much safe from any type of a tornado risk. But the flash flooding risk and the straight line wind damage risk is still very much there for the entire evening. We have many hours left of that. And we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning here for pretty much just in Iowa. It does just barely clip into Nebraska. This is for Harrison, Burt, and Washington counties. As we are seeing this storm is a little bit stronger here and is definitely uptrending. This one looks like maybe it might try to organize itself. It is just barely discrete enough where it could try. Same thing with the one near Panama and near Harlan. I mean, those ones could try to get organized and produce a tornadic threat, but I'm not really expecting them to at all. But still something to watch. Again, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Martin or Taylor. I'm not sure what you're referencing there. I'm going to assume those are towns, but I don't know. We have a bunch of different areas that we're looking at, so I'm not sure which towns or which states you're referring to. If you let me know, I can give you a look. Oh, guitar. I have a Fender and a Yamaha behind me. Sorry about that. I'm in the zone for weather. I was like, Martin or Taylor? Where are those towns? Shout out Taylor Hunn, by the way. Good friend of mine, one of our meteorologists here at WillBrattonWx, and one of my colleagues at Mississippi State University, where we both just graduated and are serving as TAs. Adrian, I swear, I am not playing the guitar. That might happen one day. It's not going to be today. Let me rephrase. It probably will happen one day, assuming we continue doing this for the long term. But that day is not going to be today. Not happening. I don't want your money, Adrian. Adrian just whispered in my ear, $50 super chat if you play the guitar. All right, back across the Nebraska. Whoa, that's some interesting, some strange, interesting radar artifact going on here at the edge of our zone, the edge of our radar radius, essentially, where we're measuring data. Is that storm heading east to Fond du Lac? Yeah, pretty much. It's coming right to you. So if you want a show there, you're going to get one. You're going to get lightning at the very least. And especially as the sun starts to set here, you can look off to your west and you'll probably start to see some of that lightning over the horizon within another 30 minutes or so. Or the storm might just get to you by that point. Your videos and live streams seem to consistently be gaining traction since I first discovered you a month ago. Keep up the hard work and don't stop grinding. Well, thank you very much, Sean Hammond. I really appreciate that. What kind of music do you do? Mostly country stuff. Other stuff too, but mostly country. Guitar is a newer venture. I've been singing my entire life, but guitar is a newer venture. I'm still not very good at guitar. I'm still learning, trying to figure that out. But C Gray, I see you in the chat. What's up? You're in Omaha. I see you out there in Omaha. You got some storms coming your way. It is possible they weaken below severe thresholds by the time they get to you, but I will say as the low-level jet starts to increase and become more active here after sunset, those storms may ramp up a little bit with that wind threat for Omaha. So definitely make sure you're paying attention to that wind threat. Probably not a hook here in Fremont, as we are looking at literally like a few miles from the radar unit. So a lot of this data is contaminated. But if you go up in the tilt angles, generally just a stronger storm here. Doesn't look like we have any kind of a rotation going on. What's for dinner tonight? Frozen pizza. Don't give up. You'll get it one day. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to quit playing the guitar. I love playing it. It's a lot of fun. I just am not very good yet. I mean, I've been playing for years, but I just haven't taken much time to really like sit down and just really practice for like long extended periods of time. Heading into the cone of silence. That is correct. Or the cone of uncertainty, however you like to refer to it. 4th generation in music. That's awesome. My mom is, she does professional national anthems and stuff. So I guess you could say I'm 2nd generation in music. My mom's dad also plays the clarinet. My grandfather on my mom's side also plays the clarinet. Hi from Seward, Nebraska. Hello. How you doing? You got some storms headed your way here soon. You're in Bennington, Nebraska? That's nice. I don't recall exactly where Bennington is. I don't know if that's in this general area or not. Nah, Austin's lying. I'm not very good at guitar. But him and I have spent many a time playing guitar together. Yep. Look at what Alan's seeing, by the way. We're going to full screen him for just a second. I know it's a little bit laggy, but some really beautiful clouds and a nice rain shaft on the right-hand side of the screen there. Really, really cool feed there from Alan, who's in northern Iowa at the moment. Oh yeah, Austin, we'll get together soon. Don't worry. I know you'll be back in Starkville. So I will see you soon. It is weird not seeing you guys every day. It's really weird. It was like for 2 years I literally hung out with you guys basically every single day. And then all of a sudden, boom, I don't see you guys ever anymore. Back into Colorado, by the way, near Yuma, an area I am all too familiar with, as are many storm chasers. We do have a little bit of a Boeing segment trying to form here. This is really just going to be a wind threat as it rolls on through Yuma and Ray, just east of Akron, where one of our meteorologists, Lorian and Taylor, both of them actually got their first ever tornado was there in Akron. So that's still something to watch. And that's for Yuma and Washington counties. And we're still looking at all these severe thunderstorm warnings through Nebraska and clipping into Iowa here. Harrison, Burt, Washington, Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, Hamilton, and York counties, all within severe thunderstorm warnings. A custom Will Bratton theme song. We are getting our own music made by the Storm Chaser you're seeing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now, actually. Alan has been cooking up some awesome stuff for us. We have some really cool things in the works, including a podcast coming soon. And we've got the music ready for that podcast, and we have new music coming for our outros and for our broadcast as well. So some really cool stuff coming from Alan. Back into Wisconsin, through Montello and Germania towards Green Lake and eventually towards Fond du Lac. We are looking at that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust still being the main concern, as we're getting a little bit of a Boeing segment starting to form out here. It's going to continue to propagate towards the east, slightly southeast. That arrow might be a little less indicative. It's probably going to be more like this, something like that. So anywhere in this area, we'll probably be seeing some storms, which will be to the smile of our friend Brandon, who is up there in the chat, who is looking for a show out there. And you'll probably get it. You'll probably get that lightning for sure. And again, that sun is starting to go down. You'll probably start seeing it over the horizon to your west. We're still going to stay with things out here in Nebraska as well. And Iowa, of course. I will say, if you're looking at Alan's feed in the bottom left, you'll notice how quickly it's gotten dark. One, that's because he's kind of in this storm now, or within its shelf anyway. And two, sun's going down. So we could be seeing a lightning show beginning to develop out there. Through Iowa and Wisconsin. Also out in Nebraska, too. Braden saying, I haven't seen any friends in almost 2 months. That is the worst. It is the worst. Yeah, this is one of the first times I've eaten. Well, I don't even know. I think last broadcast I was eating like last night also. I think I had a meal on stream last night. Tends to happen a lot here because, I mean, one of the realities of trying to do severe weather coverage is that a lot of times the hour of convection initiation is going to be near dinner time. So you got to be, you got to have a plan. Either you need to eat right before you go live and then eat a very late dinner when you get done, or you need to have a plan to be able to have food brought to you mid-broadcast. And so that's what I'm doing for now. Once I move into my apartment in Starkville in about a month, I will have to figure out a different plan. My parents have been very, very helpful while I'm living at home here this summer. They've brought me food for all my broadcasts, been very supportive of the work I'm doing, and of course, I'm very grateful for that. Again, we do have 15 different flash flood warnings on the map right now for a bunch of different states: Colorado, Minnesota, North Carolina, Iowa, Tennessee, Wyoming, Indiana, New Mexico. All right, you're good, Adrian. All right. I guess this is a decent opportunity to talk about what's going on tomorrow, because not a lot is going on at the moment right now. At the moment right now, that was very redundant. What we're looking at tomorrow, a bunch of different areas of concern. Obviously, we have a very large region outlined for a slight risk here. That's all just going to be for a wind and hail threat for the most part. Not really much of a tornadic threat out there. We're not going to have a forecast video coming out tomorrow to talk about this, so I want to talk about it now. But you're going to see those wind and hail probabilities for a reason. Wind is going to be the primary factor for everything tomorrow. Back through the Ozarks and into Illinois and Indiana as well. Plus in the mid-Atlantic, even down southeast of Phoenix for Arizona and New Mexico. Our tornado outlook is including a 2% risk for southern Illinois and central Missouri, including where I'm at in St. Louis, all the way down through Cape Girardeau and towards Paducah. And I'm not terribly concerned about like large amounts of tornadoes tomorrow, but we're definitely, it's definitely possible that we see a couple. We've seen these MCV days overperform at every single turn throughout this entire circle here, pretty much over the last 4 months or so. Things have been extremely active. So something to pay attention to for sure. We'll be live tomorrow covering all of this. You will see we have a SIG 2 or SIG 1 hail risk in place in North Dakota as well. So that's definitely something to watch. And here's just a final flip through of the maps. Oops. And you can view all of that for yourself on our website, by the way, which is completely free to use, of course. And we don't gain anything from you using it. I'm not trying to sell you anything. It's just a very useful tool for visualizing the severe weather risk in your area and getting your local forecast as well. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for New Mexico. This is out near Albuquerque for some stronger winds out here. So definitely looking at some stronger winds rolling through the area 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a 1 hour and 5 minute severe thunderstorm warning, basically, that's been issued. So very long severe thunderstorm warning in terms of duration. Out here near Albuquerque and surrounding areas, especially to its north. This is for Bernalillo, Sandoval, and Valencia counties in New Mexico. All right. Let's check in on Wisconsin. Land of the cheese. As we are seeing, we're seeing a little bit more of a linear system that is beginning to develop here, where you're seeing some of these cells start to unzip to the southwest. So a line segment of storms is going to be rolling on through the southern half of Wisconsin, really. Really anywhere south of Appleton all the way down through potentially the border, really, down to Rockford, Illinois, potentially. Most likely it won't get that far south, but definitely rolling through areas like Madison, Watertown, and Milwaukee eventually. Probably Fond du Lac as well. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning still in place for 60-mile-per-hour winds, with the most powerful segment within this cluster of storms. You can see Allen there in Iowa in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It has gotten dark. So if you are out there watching all this, you're probably going to be looking at a little bit of a lightning show. If you're in Fond du Lac or anywhere out here in this neck of the woods of Wisconsin, essentially, if you're looking west, you'll be seeing that lightning peeking over the horizon. Jess Rose, how you doing? All sorts of stuff going on here this evening. And of course, back into Nebraska and Iowa, we're still watching some storms popping up. I will say it looks like we have maybe a couple of isolated storms, out here that are getting a little taller in northern Iowa. So some stronger storms out here in northern central Iowa. Some of these could reach severe thresholds, but nothing insane. I see Jess Rose tuning in from England. We are doing great overseas here. Appreciate you tuning in. It's got to be like the middle of the night out there. We did just see that severe thunderstorm warning was lifted, the original one, which was a lot smaller here. So we just have the one severe thunderstorm warning in place for Wisconsin, for Columbia, Green Lake, and Marquette counties. And then, of course, back down in Iowa and Nebraska, we're looking at some stronger storms out here as well. 2:30 in the morning in the UK. Well, that's commitment. I appreciate you tuning in with us here this evening. Or this morning for you. All right. We did get the considerable flash flood warning that was in place in Minnesota has now been lifted. So you're going to watch both of these flash flood warnings there in the general Austin area of Minnesota have now been lifted, including the considerable one. So that is good news, as that flash flooding risk has diminished a little bit. We are still seeing a considerable flash flood warning for Custer and Pueblo counties in Colorado, an area that desperately has needed rain. So hopefully that helped tame those fires down a little bit. Of course, it's going to take a lot more than some showers today to tame those fires down entirely, but hopefully they are a little weaker than they were. We're still seeing a lot of these stronger storms along our line here throughout, draped throughout Nebraska and into Iowa. All sorts of storms still ongoing. 30 times for Nebraska. I don't know where we're at on the Nebraska counter. I'm not the one who's keeping up with this. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place here for the Iowa side of the border. So this is going to be for Harrison and Shelby counties here in Iowa. Blake saying I send it when I feel like it. It's fair enough. Is it updated automatically, or how does this work, Blake? Is it every time you type the command, it adds one? That's cool. That is cool. So apparently I'm hearing that every time that the command is sent in the chat, it adds another Nebraska tally to the counter. Yeah, we did just get this new severe thunderstorm warning in place for 60-mile-per-hour winds out here in Iowa, as well as 1-inch hail. And in the bottom left-hand corner, you're going to start seeing a lot of flashes as Alan is out there. Adrian is not chasing. Adrian is in the studio. Alan is out there chasing, or more so on his way home, I believe, from chasing out in northern Iowa. So you can see a lot of that lightning out there. I don't know exactly where he is, but Tall Paul, 2:33 a.m. out there in the UK. That's insane. Can't remember what sleeping feels like. I don't know how you guys do that. and keep in mind, you know, I've done marathon broadcasts. I mean, genuinely. You know, we did from 4:30 a.m. for a wake-up call to make a forecast video, and then broadcasted for 10 and a half hours all the way until 1:30 a.m. the following evening. So a 21-hour workday. But even then, like, I had to recover and get a little sleep after that. You know, I'm not someone who needs to sleep like 10 hours or anything like that. But like, if you get me like 6 to 8 hours in that range, I'm happy. I don't know how people just stay up super late and get up super early all the time. Like, I cannot do that. I respect it. Couldn't be me, though. Yeah, it really does seem as though our tornado threat for the night is completely done. Outside of an isolated possible spin-up tornado that I wouldn't entirely rule out, but I wouldn't bet on it at all, of course. That would be very, very, very unlikely, but it's not entirely impossible. You survive on around 4 to 5 hours of sleep? That's insane. Cannot be me. And again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in with us tonight, by the way. We've had a lot of support this evening. I'm very grateful for it, as is our team. The number one thing you can do to support us is just simply like the broadcast and subscribe. That's it. Number one thing. I'm going to check in on our severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Colorado near Yuma, as it actually does look like they have been weakening a little bit. So that's good news. They aren't exactly moving anywhere quick. The severe thunderstorm warning itself does only have 7 minutes remaining on it. And you can see a heck of an outflow boundary showing up here out in eastern Colorado as well. Another one out here. All sorts of stuff going on. Out in Albuquerque, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That will be in place for another hour, just about. In Iowa and Nebraska, we're still tracking all of these storms along a line that could be producing damaging wind and maybe some small hail. And then down into North Carolina, for Caswell County, we still have one severe thunderstorm warning left in place. That's got 20 minutes remaining for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then finally, up in Wisconsin, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been put in place for Columbia, Dodge, Fond du Lac, and Green Lake counties. And this is going to be tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's possible we see some small hail just west of Friesland, south of Dalton. Not anything that's particularly dangerous in terms of like damaging hail. Definitely could see some small hail with this, maybe up to $half sized. I wouldn't rule it out, but I'm also not expecting it. It's just not impossible. Seeing a question in the chat, what does the yellow mean? In what context? If you mean like in my background and everything, it just means that the highest risk right now is a severe thunderstorm warning and that we don't have any tornado warnings on the map. And if you mean what you're seeing on the map here, those yellows are a measure of dBZs, so decibels essentially, which is just how much energy has been returned to the radar unit. So your yellows are going to be between 40 and 50, really. Like when you get to orange, when you get to red, you've hit 50. So it's like 40 to maybe 45, you could call it, are going to be your yellows on here. False report? False report of what? Oh. I see. You're hoping for a good thunderstorm in England. It's been hitting 30 Celsius the last few days there. Yeah. It's been hot out in Europe. Absolutely. It's been very, very warm. Look at Alan's feet in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, by the way. Just really aesthetically pleasing drive that he's on right now. Cool stuff to watch. We'll full screen him for just a second and tap in on what he's doing there. You can see he is rolling on through Iowa. I assume he's headed southbound back towards home at this point, but a very scenic drive. Very, very beautiful clouds and just the dusk hours there. Will there be tornadoes in northeastern Wyoming? Probably not. We are, in general, I'm not really expecting much of a tornado threat for the rest of the evening here. We can look from the Rapid City radar, and you can see some general thunderstorms going on in northeastern Wyoming. But you should be all right. Happy National Freezer Pop Day. I did not know that was a thing. I like the bomb pops. Like the red, white, and blue ones. Those were always really good. And again, we are looking at a stronger windbag type of event rolling on through here in Wisconsin. So some stronger winds for sure. And then we can still see this storm train a little bit further to the southwest as well to develop that line to look a little bit more something like this, for example. And so that whole thing, if it develops like that, is kind of headed to the east-southeast. Out in Nebraska, it's not really as much of a windbag. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place here in Nebraska. Actually, that was a couple of minutes ago. I missed that somehow. We just got the newest one is actually for Wisconsin here, which is the larger one we were just looking at. Tornado warning in Alberta. Interesting. I can't cover Canada because I don't have the access to Canadian radars in this program, but we will be able to cover Canadian weather not too distant in the future. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Columbia and Sauk counties in Wisconsin as well, just north of Madison, where some stronger storms are continuing to roll on through. A lot of these echo tops have been building over time here as these storms have gotten a little bit stronger and we're getting more of a linear segment deal coming out here in Wisconsin. Then, of course, down in Nebraska, we're still looking at kind of a windbag, sort of, not necessarily, more of like just a line of strong storms that could be producing wind, not really what I would classify as a windbag. A windbag is a very, very, like, it's not a real term. That's just what I call it. But yeah. Welcome back, Kason. Good to see you back in the chat. How long am I staying live for? Good question. I don't exactly know. Maybe not that much longer. We'll see. I will say we're probably going to get another severe thunderstorm warning put in place here, just to bridge the gap, essentially, as we have some really strong winds rolling through Blair and Fort Calhoun right now here, right at the Nebraska and Iowa border. So we'll probably get another severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include that region as well. Yeah, I don't know how much longer we're going to stay live, but we'll be live at least for a little while longer. We've been going for 4 hours and 5 minutes. Nothing crazy. This is not as long as a lot of our broadcasts end up being. Logan saying, did the tornado threat end up being a total bust while I was gone? Yeah, we didn't really have much of a tornado threat this evening. We had a couple of tornado warnings, a couple of observed funnel clouds. Nothing crazy, though, which is good, obviously. That is what we want. Yeah, we had severe storms all over the place tonight. And there we go. There's that severe thunderstorm warning I was just talking about we're going to need. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning put in place for Fort Calhoun and Missouri Valley, as we have a lot of stronger winds starting to blow on through here. 60 miles per hour is what it's tagged for. It wouldn't shock me to see a 70 mile per hour wind gust, though. You lost to the Braves, but you still had fun. Well, that's good. That's the most important thing in any sporting event that you attend is, you always want your team to win, but at the end of the day, you're paying money to go to a sports venue for entertainment. So you got to make sure that you keep that in mind sometimes. I'm sure that you're just trying to have fun out there. What's the biggest tornado we have had in America? The biggest tornado or the strongest? Because those, I don't believe, are the same answer. I think El Reno was the biggest. I think. I don't know. My tornado history knowledge is not like amazing. It's okay. Is the line near Madison, Wisconsin intensifying? I don't know if I would say it's intensifying. I think it's kind of just holding put. So definitely a strong line that could be producing easily 60 mile per hour winds. I will say, most likely for Madison, it's probably not going to be super bad for Madison itself, as it looks like we're not training out storms far enough south to actually impact Madison here. So it should stay just here north of Madison, which is good. Yeah, Logan confirming in the chat that the largest ever was El Reno. Yeah, Vicksburg is one of those crazy historical moments. Smithville, Mississippi is also one that doesn't get talked about enough. That was a crazy moment in history. My gosh. I'm going to show you guys another photo that Alan has gotten, who you're seeing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now. I mean, this is just a stunner. This is just an absolutely stunning photo here from Alan with Midwest Weather. You can see their logo in the bottom right. This is near LaPorte, Iowa. Just a gorgeous photo of some inflow being yanked right on into this storm here. A little bit of a shelf cloud. Well, actually, I don't know. The rain shaft is on the left. So unless we're looking at two cells here, then maybe I don't know exactly what I'm looking at, because this is just a really beautiful photo, but a kind of a bizarre setup. So it appears anyway. This is a gorgeous photo from Alan, who you're seeing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And if you haven't shown him love on social media, you should do that as well. Yes, Jessica Moore was in the chat earlier. What about Seward, Nebraska? It's super creepy here. I can check in on Nebraska. That's not the right Nebraska storm, but there is a new severe thunderstorm warning crossing out of Wyoming into Nebraska here towards Scotts Bluff. So definitely one to watch. 60-mile-per-hour wind, small hail possible with this one. And let's try that again. All right, back to the general Omaha vicinity here, where we're looking at Seward, which is, I think, just south, right, of Omaha. Am I mistaken? Where is Seward? I found it earlier. I don't know exactly where it is. Oh, there's Bennington, just outside of Omaha. I was looking for that one earlier, too. Okay, I don't know exactly where Seward is. Oh, you're in the middle of the storm right now. Okay, yeah, it's not far from Omaha. That's what I thought. So out here in Nebraska, we are looking at a stronger line of storms. For Seward, you are just generally dealing with a strong thunderstorm. It's nothing insane. Some strong gusty winds, maybe some small hail, nothing really reaching severe thresholds. And then we're also looking at some lightning out in your area as well. Maybe a flash flooding risk, but nothing crazy. You'll be all right down there in Seward. Someone should make a simple script for you that counts how many times you mention Nebraska and shows how many times you said it for that stream. I don't know. I want to keep things pretty serious on our broadcast. Like, I want to have fun too, but the number one priority over entertainment is always giving good weather information to try and save lives. That's our goal. Out in Montana, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place for 50 minutes. That is going to be bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for Blaine and Fergus counties. Sounds good. Appreciate it, Adrian. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa for Harrison County here. So that's going to be this new one that's just popped up. Essentially what we have is just a large cluster of storms here that's all kind of congealed together and reached severe potential or severe thresholds here. So we just have a large cluster of storms bringing those 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is closer to what I would classify as a windbag. Maybe you could say it's more of a QLCS wind event than a windbag. But still a very strong line of thunderstorms here, bringing damaging winds. Okay, so Alan himself is actually a firefighter, for those who don't know. So we're going to lose his feed in the bottom left here, as he is actually going to go respond to a call. So I wish Alan the best and hope that he is okay, and that everyone out there in that fire is okay. This is the only, he still has his feed live for a couple of seconds, and I've never seen his feed live before when he's got his lights on, and it looks really interesting. It's like, you know, he's not driving a fire truck, but like he's driving a pickup, and he's got the lights on it, of course, emergency lights for response. Yeah, everybody pass your thoughts in the chat to Alan and those that he is responding to with that fire out there in Iowa. I hope everything is okay out there. All right, Jess, thank you for tuning in. Jess Rose this evening. Enjoy the rest of your night and go to sleep. Go to sleep. It's like 3 in the morning for you. We are inching towards 200 likes on this broadcast, so that is also really cool. We've been hitting so many milestones in a lot of our broadcasts and just our content in general, and I'm just insanely grateful for all the support. It's been actually incredible. And you can see the outflow of these storms clashing with the inflow here, where you've got the green and the red. So really, really cool visual representation on radar here, as we've got still some strong winds rolling through all of this portion of Nebraska here. Some stronger storms with all of those there as well. The in-depth discussion about AI going on in our Discord server is actually like cracking me up. Hackleberg 2011 had a shelf-like feature near the end of its life, but that was mostly due to the RFD shelf condensing since it was moving near the thermoboundary in a slightly cooler air, which allowed the RFD to... What are we talking about? Historical weather, I think is what we're talking about here. Nice. Whoa. Out here near Milford, west of Lincoln, we've got a couple of stronger storms going on out there. And again, we've some of these storms have been on and off severe thunderstorm warned for a little while now, but definitely some crazy business going on there. Just some stronger storms. I say crazy business like ironically, basically. Still seeing a lot of lightning with these storms, and could see one or two of them develop some inflow and maybe get some mid-level rotation going. But in general, I'm not expecting any type of a tornado threat with those, even if they rotate at the mid-levels. We do have a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to include Harrison, Mills, Pottawatomie, Douglas, and Sarpy counties across Iowa and Nebraska here. 60-mile-per-hour winds tagged on that, as we have a little bit of a windbag situation beginning to develop. Is there a chance Wyoming will get a tornado? Pretty much no. I'm low-key asking stupid questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Once the fuel is used up, the tornado risk will basically be zero. Yep, that is correct. One of the things that we do here is education, essentially. Like, our goal is to provide good weather coverage, and we do a lot of deeper analysis in terms of the meteorology that we're doing on air that a lot of other folks are not going to do. And the reason for that is because the general public doesn't really have a great understanding of basic like meteorological principles, and they don't need to necessarily. We can help people stay safe and stay aware if we make them aware of the risks. And you can make people more aware of the risks by explaining to them like how it forms and everything, all that kind of stuff. People begin to become more weather aware, and they take it more seriously as a result when they understand it better. our number one goal here is doing good for the community and trying to save lives. Still have a lot of stronger storms, by the way, in northern Iowa. And then throughout Wisconsin, we're still looking at a larger wind event continuing to roll on through areas like Fond du Lac, Beaver Dam, and eventually it's going to be headed towards the Milwaukee area or just north of it. Kason, I really appreciate that. I really do have a good passion for trying to help the next generation of meteorologists. I mean, as you guys know, or maybe as you don't know, but I am serving as a TA at Mississippi State University, so I'm helping literally teach the next generation of meteorologists. I start that in August. Ashley saying, when is our next good chance of severe weather after tonight for Northeast Iowa? After tonight. Next week is bone dry. I don't like this forecast. Bad weather would be better than hot weather next week. Well, in terms of tomorrow night, you're probably not going to get really anything except maybe some general thunderstorms. In northern Iowa, you're probably not going to get much of anything on Friday. And going forward, it's a little tough to tell because it's these summertime patterns. Everything is very, very much more mesoscale. Yeah, Timothy, you're going into your junior year, right? Because if that's the case, then I will be your TA your senior year. And another nice thing that you can do is you can just go to our website, and if you want to see the forecast for your area, you can just go to the forecast page on our website. Let's see, what is like I don't know. Let's go Mason City. So Mason City is 5041, for example. So we can go to Mason City. And you can actually get the forecast. So you've got a flood watch in place, and you can read all about that. Flash flood warning in place. Severe thunderstorm watch in place. You can read all about that stuff. You can see the current conditions. You can see the current risk level. For today, of course, you're in a slight risk. And then you can take a look down at your 5-day forecast. Now, the reason we don't go further out than 5 days is because we don't think that going out further than 5 days is really a good representation of the confidence in the forecast, as it's never going to be very accurate 5 days out. So this is what we're looking at right now for Mason City, Iowa, for example. And you can view all of this on our website and simply just click use my location, and it'll tell you your current location if you give the website permission to do that. Obviously, we don't store that information. If you'd rather, you can just type in the zip code of someplace nearby you. And so like for me out in the St. Louis area, I am looking at these conditions currently. Still pretty warm. Clear skies, full visibility, pretty humid. And then I'm going to be having some storms over the next few days, basically, which is kind of the normal. Just pop-up storms every single day out in this summertime. But you can do all of this at our website, and you can look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook and read all about that as well, and see what areas are in risk zones as well. So our website has a lot of incredible features, and it's got even more incredible features coming soon. We've got some big updates coming, so you can check that out at the link in the chat there. I should do weather videos that teach about something. We are planning to do that. We are going to be doing some educational meteorological videos. Do you think these storms will last on till Milwaukee or fizzle out or intensify? Most likely they're going to very gradually maintain themselves or they're going to gradually weaken or maintain themselves, excuse me. In terms of Milwaukee, it might stay just north of Milwaukee with these storms. So a little bit to be determined. Milwaukee's kind of on the southern edge of where you might get these storms to continue through. So a little to be determined on that. Here's my forecast for the whole US by looking at heat index temperature models. Very hot. Yeah, that's a pretty good estimate. Anna saying, hello, I recently studied, trained, got myself certified as a storm spotter. Any tips to learn more? Yeah, definitely spend time learning how to analyze soundings and photographs. It's one of the most important things that you can do. Also, just find different theses. I don't know what the plural is, that exist online. You can read all about them and just take a deep dive into different things going on in the weather. There's a lot of science out there that's really important to really understand what's going on. Also, I would recommend taking a very deep dive into how the radar actually works. Look into our NexRad 88D radars, figure out how they work, how dual pole products work, and all of those things, because you'll never be able to actually interpret the radar correctly unless you understand its limitations. So those would be my number one tips. Austin saying out in Myrtle Beach, they hit 114 degrees Fahrenheit for the heat index. That's insane. I would melt, bro. I'm not made for that, man. I don't like the heat, personally. I prefer the cool over the heat. Still strong storms going on out here in Iowa. We're also looking at North Carolina, where we had a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place southwest of Raleigh for Sanford and surrounding areas, really, as we're looking at Chatham, Harnett, Lee, and Wake, in Wake counties, in North Carolina. From Dodge County, just got my Accurate Atlas today. Accurate Atlas today, about to test it out, I guess. Nice. Kaysen, I cannot deal with super hot conditions like that, man. It's brutal. Polyglot saying it's finally thundering in Fond du Lac. Fantastic. I love to hear that for you, because I know you wanted storms. It was rough to say the least. Yeah. Your grandfather said it was 113 for the heat index in Leland, North Carolina. Yeah. It's been really hot out in the East Coast, and they're in a drought. The Carolinas have been in a pretty bad drought as well. So it has been definitely a tough time out there on the East Coast. Scott in the chat, good to see you tonight. Finally dropped under 90 Fahrenheit in the 10 p.m. hour here in Columbia. That's insane. Again, it has just been so hot out there. Apparently the lineup in Wisconsin is strengthening. That's what I'm seeing. We'll take a look at it. Yeah, definitely strengthening a little bit in terms of the winds going on near Arlington. So north of the Madison area. I think Madison itself is going to get spared here with just some general stratiform precipitation coming your way if you're in the Madison area. Adrian, I'm not playing the guitar, bro. This man is fishing. The Weathernator saying, I currently have WBWX open while playing Flight Simulator. Dylan, by the way. Well, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that. Anna saying, thank you for the tip. I always struggle with the radar. Yeah, it's one of the most important things. Guessing that is the last of our Ring of Fire setup. Yeah, the Ring of Fire has pretty much been broken apart here for some time. What about Arkansas? Nothing really going on in Arkansas, just general thunderstorms. We can check in down there. Give me a minute to navigate on over to Arkansas. If I can make it over that direction. From the Little Rock radar, we can see just general thunderstorms going on in southern Arkansas and western Arkansas. Nothing crazy, nothing severe, just general thunderstorms going on. Looks like we just got a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning here for Fond du Lac. So 60-mile-per-hour winds tagged on that. And again, this entire line is going to be producing strong winds as it is now rolling on through Fond du Lac. I don't think it's going to hit Milwaukee. I think it's going to stay just north of Milwaukee. Something like that. It's kind of moving due east. Playing Crimson Desert while I have Will on my tablet. That's awesome. Well, the guitar will happen one day. It's just not going to be tonight. And it's not going to be in the near future. We got a lot of work to do before I can worry about having any kind of fun. The guitar will happen at some point. Yeah, no, Austin, you're right. I got to practice more before I'm going to play guitar on broadcast. No shot. Also, I can't just magically do that because of the way my mic is configured. Like, I would have to disable a lot of settings and configure my microphone to actually pick up a guitar before I could do that. I couldn't just pick it up and play. You guys wouldn't be able to hear it. I'm not a professional guitar player. No, I am not. Not by any stretch. That's a lot of words to say you're scared. All right, Adrian, I'm about to throw hands. Still strong storms continuing to push on through Wisconsin here. Still a lot of lightning with these as well. Probably getting a heck of a fireworks show here after the 4th of July. Out in Wisconsin. Down in Nebraska and Iowa. Still looking at some strong storms. A little bit of a wind bag forming down in this region here, really through Omaha. These are going to continue off to the southeast over time here. Still some stronger storms in play all over the place. We got a severe thunderstorm still in Fergus County, Montana as well. And I do really appreciate everybody tuning in and spending some portion of their night with us to stay weather aware. We are literally one like away from hitting that 200 likes mark. And the amount of subscribers that we've gained in the last, month has been insane. Obviously, we've literally been we launched a month ago, like a month ago yesterday. And a month ago tomorrow will be was the first time that we ever posted a forecast video. June 9th. So we haven't been doing this long, but man, the amount of support has been really overwhelming, and I'm just incredibly grateful for it. I'm just going to let you guys keep flaming me about the guitar thing. One day it's going to happen. It's just not going to be today. A lot of strong winds in the Omaha area, by the way. So if you're in Omaha, definitely expect to get smacked by some stronger winds rolling on through your area. A little bit of a wind bag out there. In Wisconsin, we're still looking at the same thing. Still some stronger winds out here through Fond du Lac. Also near Arlington, looks like seeing a couple pixels getting into that 60 plus mile per hour range, even closer to 70 miles per hour. So some stronger winds in there for sure. And we did just get that severe thunderstorm warning condensed down a little bit here. %50 messy aware. There you go. I'm still heartbroken by the US. And we did hit 200 likes on the broadcast, by the way. So I really appreciate that, everybody. Thank you very much for that. Those small things do actually mean a lot in helping us hit the algorithm and reach more folks, so we can try to keep more people safe. So it really does help a lot, and I appreciate that. Still looking at strong winds rolling on through Wisconsin. And you can see a little bit of an outflow boundary starting to show up on the map here on our radar as these storms continue to push towards the general Milwaukee vicinity. They are headed out kind of eastward. I don't know. I'm just drawing lines at this point. All right, back in North Carolina, we're going to check in there really quickly. As southwest of Raleigh, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning in place. 39 minutes remains on that. 60 mile per hour winds, 1-inch hail tagged. What do I think the outflow boundary will do to the storms? Nothing. It's a product of the storms itself there. So these storms are kicking out this outflow boundary. Essentially what an outflow boundary is just the storm is going in some direction and its winds at the surface push out ahead of the storm. So if here's the storm, at the surface, those winds are going to start to push out ahead of the storm. This is a really bad visual example. Let me do this better. Okay. So here's your storm, right? We'll draw it right here. There's your storm, right? And as your storm is moving this direction, it's got this cold pool out ahead of it where it's got its outflow, right? Of course, you have inflow that's coming into a storm from some direction. We'll say it's coming off from that direction, maybe. And then this is such a terrible drawing, but you have this outflow that pushes out ahead of the storm, right? And sometimes it can really detach further away from the storm, depending on how strong that outflow is. And so that's what you're seeing on radar there. So it's a product of the storm. It can produce those gusty winds a lot of the time. Can kick up a lot of dust in dusty areas, like in Texas. Sometimes you'll get a haboob from it. How's the Elk Mound, Wisconsin area looking? Oh, I see that. Yeah. Yeah, and I think this might be a tornado possible. Yeah, this is a tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warning. What we're seeing near Fond du Lac, as there are a couple of little notches in this line of thunderstorms around Lamartine. Lamartine and Oakfield. I don't expect either of those to become tornadic, but definitely little areas of rotation where it's not entirely impossible that we get a tornado from that. It would be a brief, weak spin-up tornado. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Elk Mound. That's the Milwaukee area, I think, right? Elkhorn. Oh, maybe I don't know where Elk Mound is. It's near Menominee. We're still going. Heck yeah. Yes, sir, we are, Jared. We're going to be going about another 20 minutes here. Okay. I give up. I'm looking it up. I'm cheating. I'm cheating. Oh, I'm not looking in the right spot at all. Okay. Elk Mound, Wisconsin, you should be okay. Maybe you get a couple storms up in this general direction, but you're going to be all right. Where exactly is it on my map here? There it is. There's Elk Mound. Yeah, so some general storms up the highway from Eau Claire. Nothing crazy going on out here, though. Just some general thunderstorms. You'll be okay out there. That was a process. Jared, I really appreciate the kind words in the chat, my friend. We did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning issued a couple seconds ago here, headed towards Columbus in Wisconsin. Tag for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That one's going to be lasting for another 35 minutes as these storms continue to propagate towards the east. Back near Omaha, we are still looking at some stronger storms in the general area as well, producing some of these stronger winds. I will say all of these winds near Omaha have uptrended. So definitely in Omaha could be seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts easily, potentially even getting to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So still something to watch pretty closely out here in Omaha. I don't know what I just did. I pushed a button. Intriguing. Again, barreling towards the Milwaukee area, especially just north of it. Still looking at all these stronger winds. And you can see that outflow boundary really starting to kick out ahead of this thing as we have a very, very visible outflow boundary here on radar with all of these winds just continuing to plow down towards the southeast. And again, we are looking at a couple little notches where there's a little bit of weak rotation, like, for example, near Oakfield. Anna, I appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription and for hanging out with us tonight. I'll be live again tomorrow night, so you can tune in then, if you so desire. We're going to be going just about another 15 minutes here. Still rolling with these stronger winds in the Wisconsin area, especially down near Arlington. Those winds have definitely been the strongest, and it wouldn't shock me if we saw a random isolated gust that was measured above 60 miles per hour, which would cause this to get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So that's not outside the realm of possibility, but in general, nothing too concerning on the map at all. Of course, back down towards Nebraska, we still have storms ongoing at the Iowa-Nebraska border near Omaha. There's some stronger winds going on out there as well, especially near Irvington and Omaha itself, where we could easily be seeing winds getting into that 60-mile-per-hour range. Alrighty, Austin, have a good show, my friend. Thank you for tuning in during your break. I really appreciate it. It's good to hear from you, and I'll definitely be seeing you soon. Again, I know you're going to be back in Starkville at some point, so. Still rolling. We have been going for about 4 hours and 45 minutes or so. So we are going to be crossing the 5-hour mark just before we end the broadcast tonight. So another long broadcast, and nothing crazy, of course. We did literally double that back on the 17th. So driving south on I-29 at Sloan, Iowa. Looks bad. Should I expect tornadoes? No, you should not expect tornadoes. I don't know exactly where Sloan is. No. I'm not even looking at the right highway. There's Sloan. No, you should not expect tornadoes. You're going to be all good. Some stronger storms to your south that you might have to drive through. If things get a little too windy, definitely don't hesitate to pull over. Maybe a little rotation going on near Onawa, but I don't think so, which would be right up ahead of you. But I think this is a little bit of radar contamination here. I don't think we're looking at robust rotation or anything like that. But definitely drive safe if things get way too windy. Just don't be afraid to pull over and take a little bit of a break. Oh, Memphis bound, you poor soul. Yeah, Memphis is certainly a city. It is definitely one of the cities in the United States of America. Oh, you're more than welcome. I appreciate you tuning in. Drive safe. All throughout central Iowa, by the way, in the Des Moines area, we still have tons of residual storms going on. Just general showers and thunderstorms. Nothing crazy out here. You're going to see some lightning scattered in there. So a couple flashes of brightness, but nothing crazy going on there. And that's going to be the trend for the rest of the evening. You are going to be seeing all of these storms in the Omaha area continuing to blow on through towards the southeast. So that is just something to watch. You lost 11 chickens in the last 3 days. That's horrible. I'm really sorry to hear that, Jared. We did have, I believe, one of our severe thunderstorm, or a couple of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted. So we're down to just 2 going on in Wisconsin right now. Over here in Denver, we got very little rain, but Northeast Colorado may be getting storms tonight. That is absolutely true. What state is Omaha in? I don't know. Omaha would be in Nebraska. Yeah, Braden, I saw that. Yeah, there was not enough energy behind that Nebraska. Nebraska! All right, all of our severe thunderstorm warnings around the country have been lifted outside of the ones stretching across the border of Iowa and Nebraska, plus our severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Wisconsin, northwest of Milwaukee for areas like Fond du Lac, as well as headed towards Watertown, Arlington, and Columbus, Wisconsin as well. So things are beginning to calm down this evening. We're going to stay live for just about 5 minutes or so. What state is Nebraska in? That's a legendary comment. I'm not going to lie. That's actually a Hall of Fame comment. Hall of Fame comment from Chase Adams, 3860. As we do have, again, stronger storms continuing to produce damaging winds, 60 miles per hour, definitely possible in areas like Neola and then back into Omaha as well. Our strongest winds are definitely looking like out here near Neola and Shelby, and then throughout the entire Omaha area as of right this minute. Nebraska is it's not a place, it's a frame of mind. We all have a little bit of Nebraska in us. No, it's an iron. That's a good shout, Braden. It's an archetype, an abstract concept. True. Nebraska is a frame of mind. We are Nebraska. And Nebraska is all of us simultaneously. I have no idea what I'm even talking about at this point. Anyway, we still have these strong storms going on in Wisconsin. I will say things have weakened a good bit near Fond du Lac, still bringing some gusty winds and some lightning and some heavy rain out there, but the strongest winds definitely are going to be back towards areas like Beaver Dam and Arlington. Headed towards Columbus, Waterloo, maybe Richwood, areas like that. That's where our strongest winds are going to be. So we're probably going to see this severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire naturally over 23 minutes out here for areas like Fond du Lac. And then back at the Omaha region, we are still looking at stronger storms out there. And you'll also see this storm is beginning to kick out its own outflow boundary as well, as all of these storms are becoming a lot more outflow dominant. So that is going to be confirmation that our tornado risk is pretty much all but gone for the evening. And what we're looking at is just the risk for widespread damaging winds into the later evening and overnight hours. We are going to stay with things for just about 4 to 5 minutes here. then we'll be calling it for the evening. And if you haven't already, definitely make sure to like and subscribe. That is the number one thing you can do to support us. And I would be incredibly grateful for it. Out near Green Bay, by the way, we do have some general thunderstorms rolling through south of Green Bay especially, and really just downtown Green Bay. So that's something to watch. These are just general thunderstorms, nothing severe. Actually, there's not even really any lightning in these. So just some general rain going on here. Wisconsin is the state of confusion and cheese. Yes. Generally, yes, I agree with you. Still definitely seeing some stronger winds. I think we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Iowa, especially for like this general area, and really just anywhere out ahead of this cluster of storms as well. Of course, we do have one already in place downstream of Omaha, but I think this northern one near Avoca or Avoca is in towards Atlantic. That's definitely going to be one where we see a new severe thunderstorm warning, or at least I would put one there if I was sitting in the chair, as that storm is definitely bringing some strong winds. And you can see how this line is beginning to bow out. It's taking that bowing shape there. So definitely some stronger winds in play as things cross over into Iowa. In the Lambeau Leap. There's no way. What are these emojis I'm looking at? Whoa! Okay, every warning on the map has just been wiped off, except for the one warning still in place in Wisconsin for Fond du Lac. I looked away for 2 seconds and everything just got wiped off the map. So we're down to 1 severe thunderstorm warning and 7 flash flood warnings. And if you thought I wasn't going to take you literally, like, from the first minute to the final minute of our severe weather risk tonight, this is proof. That's what we're doing here at WillBrattonWx. Literally took you from the start of the severe weather all the way to the very last severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, we might have a few more in the overnight hours, but for my purposes, I'm gonna say that I took you from front to back. So I do appreciate everyone sticking in with us here tonight. This final warning does have about 20 minutes remaining on it as it's rolling eastwards towards Lake Michigan. Areas like Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, eventually going to be in its path. I don't think they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning ahead of it. And it does look like all of these storms are really starting to disintegrate here, which is good news. Now, a couple of them are still going to remain. You're going to see some more lightning and things like that rolling throughout the night. Jared, to answer your plan, or to answer your question, this is it. This is the plan. I'm doing my master's right now, so I got 2 years to make it or break it here with our digital coverage. After that, I'll either go private sector or like Storm Prediction Center or something like that. Or I'll be doing this, of course, ideally, because I do love doing this. But that being said, we are going to go ahead and end off the broadcast tonight. We literally just now crossed the 5-hour mark. So not the longest broadcast we've ever done, not even close. We've done double this, more than double this before, but still a pretty long and solid outlook broadcast here tonight. Sorry, I was reading a chat message that said outlook. Still going to be looking towards tomorrow's severe weather, as we will be live covering that as well with, I think, 2 different storm chasers out there tomorrow. So definitely make sure that you're tuned in for that. Subscribe, like, have notifications turned on so you don't miss anything. No forecast video coming tomorrow, but we will be having all sorts of content in terms of our broadcasts and things that you can find on social media. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in with us this evening, and we will see you guys very soon. Stay safe out there, everybody.